Hello, 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 and welcome to Creative Quarantine Springfield. We are on day number 16. 16, y'all. We not playing. The days are moving by, whether we want them to or not. All the artists are busy doing things, getting things organized. Most of them are have found their momentum. Um, we are just trying to find other ways to get information to you guys. I want to spend a little bit of time this morning starting off the blocks with my partner, Rosemary Tracy Woods at Art for the Soul Gallery. You've seen her logo advertised throughout this event. We're just going to have a personal conversation about the art business, um, artists and gallery relations. There's a lot of different components that come into artists and gallerists working together. So I want to welcome Miss Rosemary Tracy Woods. How are you, Rosemary? How are you, Rosemary? You alive?
Hi, Pancho. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You are live, darling. You got to pay attention now.
Okay, that's fine, but I'm not getting the feedback. Just want to say hi. We're here at the gallery for a bon voyage
Can you can you hear me talking to you?
one of our board members.
Can you hear me?
I'm having difficulty hearing you.
Okay. Log out and try to log back in and see if we can get that connection back. So what's happening? My partner in crime is sitting here on the side. How are you, Louise Cutler? You're muted, dear.
There we go. Wonderful.
I'm not going to tell y'all that this is our tech, and she still can come in unmuted, on day 16, but that's what kind of show we're running right now.
But that's, come on now.
Nah, I'm just teasing you, babe, because you will top all of it. Unlike me, you can multitask, and I cannot.
We're doing, we're just keeping it. I got some light. I decided to use my little ring light. Boom.
There you go. Sometimes it's got to be like that. So we're trying to wait for Rosemary to come in. I think she was having some. Let me see if I can get her back in here.
Okay,
hey, Rosemary, can you hear us?
I can't. I can hardly hear you guys. I'm calling someone to come see if they can help me. I'm at the gallery, and we're having an event. So I'm going to call Tony and see if she can come in and help me with the sound.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, sounds good. Because we hear you very well.
Yeah, she's sounding crystal clear, but this whole tech thing is something new for all of us.
It really is.
I got a personal question to ask you live.
Okay.
It's not too personal. What day are we on?
16.
We are officially beyond the halfway point, y'all.
I'm like, because I put all of the broadcasts together. I'm like, did I put the wrong date? Because early on, I put something wrong on one, but I caught it before the broadcast went on.
I've put the wrong number up a couple times too because it's moving so fast. It's moving so fast. So what's on your plate? What's on your plate for today? This is a Saturday. We on like a. Oh, I got a surprise.
Okay.
I'm gonna have a conversation with Mr. Bibbs tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
I don't know exactly what time, but as soon as I get the time for me, Lane, we're gonna have a nice conversation about the quarantine, the business, and so forth. Today we wanted to strike up a couple of conversations between artists. I got Louise and I got Michelle Vigent are going to get online hopefully today and talk about motherhood and art.
Motherhood, parenting, being married.
That might end up being like a 2-hour session. We're ready. We're ready for it anyway. We're going to also have a creative conversation with Karen Clark and Shiva Maya.
Mm-hmm.
And nice. We're also going to have a thinking outside the box conversation with LaShawn Beal and Frankie Barrero.
Oh, nice.
And I'm going to have a conversation with Ryan Murray, being the youngest one in the group, to talk about the new generation of artists. So hopefully we can get a few dialogues going in between our presentations today.
Mm-hmm. That's wonderful.
What's on your plate? I see the box in the background. Is you haven't changed it? That's the same box that was there last.
Same box. You know, I'm going for. But I do have. I'm actually sending Sheba something. I was in my studio today because I was thinking about all the people that I was collaborating with, and Sheba wasn't one of them.
Okay.
And I thought about it, and I'm sitting in my studio and saw this beautiful arrangement because Sheba does a lot of still life arrangements. And I'm just walking in, and here I'm gonna angle my camera and see if I can show it to you. But phenomenal. Can you see it over there where my sculpture is?
What is that?
Hold on. It's give me a second. I'm gonna walk over this. I'm gonna just put this right here. And so I was looking at this sculpture, my sculpture here. Can you see that?
Yes.
And it's just sitting there with the sculpture and the little piece of fabric flowing over it, and you have some flowers, and
right.
It just made for a beautiful still life. So I took a picture of that. I'm trying to see if you can see it.
I see it.
So I took a picture. Huh?
It looks nice. I see this. I see it.
Right. So I took a picture of that, and I'm actually hold on. So I'm actually sending that picture to Sheba.
Okay.
When I was walking through my studio today, it's like I'm taking people on a whirlwind.
Well, you know, that's just her studio is another whole world all by itself. Most of you watching the studio that you're witnessing, most people aspire to have. I'm blessed to have a studio that's very, very nice.
You have a nice studio.
Hers is cozy.
Mine is very cozy.
Mine is for work only. Can't you tell? It's just work. Hers got some peace and tranquility and light and
yes.
And yeah. So we need to switch spaces for a week.
Sitting areas for
engaging in comment. I ain't got no
whole entire section
there's no
guests.
chairs around here. The only chair I got is the one I'm on. If you come here, you got to stand, you got to purchase, and you got to keep it moving.
Yeah, no, it's very tranquil. Oh, hi, there's James. Hi, James. How are you? James is actually he's not he's a television personality in Colorado Springs.
Okay.
And James is amazing. I enjoy. James is always posting really cool stuff on his page for us to answer really cool questions, and he always makes it fun.
Your sister says, and church high ceilings.
Yes, church high ceiling. Woo!
Hey, mine is only I think I got a slightly over 10 feet, but I don't have church high.
Look at that. There we go.
I can't even show you my ceiling.
Vaulted ceiling.
That's what I'm saying. But I'm telling y'all, she's got it made over there.
I love my ceilings. I love my ceilings. They are. No, but what I'm going to be working on today, I'm going to be working on my pieces that LaShawn has sent me.
How's that coming? How are the collaborations coming?
I just figured out what I want to do with them. So I'm going to actually work on those today.
Okay, well, that's very vague, but I get you. That means you're at least in the flow. I'm going to show off a little. I got a little show. No. Yesterday I had the pleasure of
those are beautiful.
Working with Karen Clark in my studio, and we did some alcohol resist kind of projects on this ceramic stuff. It turned out really nice.
Mm-hmm.
And I put a little coating over it last night. And guess what? She left it for me.
I know. What coating did you put on it?
I just put like a gloss coating on the top of it. One layer of gloss coating is probably all I'm going to do. But I have done like super high gloss coatings on them too.
I want Karen to come and work. I want Karen to come and do some work in my
studio. You do, because she's very, very generous.
I know.
And I don't know if I showed this yesterday, but I finished working on this last night.
Really like that. Oh, well, hold on. If we're showing what we finished working on.
Yeah, because, sometimes you don't get a chance to, you get the overview, but you don't get a chance to see what we're actually working on. So this is
okay. Well, let me show you what my night was like. Okay, so.
Whoa. Homegirl is working the flower action.
So I did a couple of flowers.
Very, very nice.
I sent you a flower video. Did you get that?
Yeah, I got the flower video. We're going to show it. That's nice.
So I did some flowers last night. So, and you were supposed to get these, but
very, very nice.
Life got a little rough today. So
very, very nice. So you were working last night. I'm impressed.
I did. I was working last night, even after the mahi mahi.
I'm impressed because after the mahi mahi, I probably would have called it a day. I'm pretty sure. I'm almost certain. So while we're waiting for Miss Rosemary Tracy Woods, what else you got?
That's what I next you're going to see me do the I still have one more piece on the table for the that I'm going to do a flower on because I didn't want to do a ton of those. So I have one more of those and then I'm going to go back to my people. I'm going to go back to some people and do that. But oh my gosh, I was in the basement because that's where I'm doing the clay. But I was in the basement and I found so many amazing canvases down there because I had taken a workshop probably about XYZ years ago. So I can't remember, but I had a lot of linen canvas downstairs because I was doing some really cool linen canvas back in the day. And I found a bunch of it downstairs. So I'm like, what the heck? Let me bring this upstairs. So I just brought those upstairs. So I'm excited. Digging through boxes.
I think the more I searched the studio for stuff, the more stuff I was finding. You see my face. It's like I'm kind of disgusted with myself.
I tell you.
Most artists would feel blessed to have the amount of materials I got around here because trust and believe, in this very masculine looking studio, there is supplies upon supplies upon supplies.
I know, it's almost like you and I are like kindred spirits.
We're kindred spirits and polar opposites at the same time.
I know. You have that male studio.
I'm supposed to. If my studio looked feminine, I would have a problem with that. But while we're on the subject of you in that space, because we've been laughing at you and not laughing, but really admiring and envious of your studio space, this woman has even more space that I'm going to show you that she's getting ready to do some sculptures in.
This is my old studio years ago.
Hey guys, welcome. I know it's a little dark in here, but I actually going to be doing some. Remember, I'm going to be working on some things that I've learned from. I'm over here going to get Instagram up and going too, checking the connections. And so we're actually going to be working on some stuff down here because I'm going to be doing some, I know, and I don't have any light down here right now. So we're going to actually be working on some clay, but we're going to work on wet clay. And remember, I said I'm going to be doing like shoots. I wanted to try some of shoots techniques. And so I'll put some lights down here. But this used to be my old studio. But as you can see, we're doing some renovation. So this used to be my old studio in the basement. Hold on, let me see if I might have some light. Okay. I'm trying to see if this light, okay, this light's not, oh, there it is. All right, I do have a little light down here. And it is hooked up. Because I know I'm looking like, does Louise have a face at all? And I do have.
Let there be light.
So I came down here because I'm going to lay out the clay because there's clay that needs to be laid out. So I'm going to lay out the clay and then I'm going to, but first I have to sweep up some dust because it's dusty down here. And because we've been doing a lot of work down here in our basement. But I used to love this studio. This used to be my studio because I had like a really cool door right here so you could enter in from outside. You didn't have to go through the house. And I have a door here too. And so I really loved this studio because it had like all of these doors, entrances, and then in the back I had like showroom that you could come to and kind of look at some artwork and stuff. And then this was like my main workspace right here, which I loved. And so I had my my table and my easel, because I like sunlight and windows. So my easel was right next to the door, and I think there was another window here. So I had a window here, and then this was the doorway originally. And then I think there was a window over there, and I used to have my easel over there. So I actually loved, this was a cool studio too. I loved it, but it was kind of narrow and a little small, but it worked great for me. So, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to sweep up a little bit, and then I'm going to lay out some clay, because I want to, I'm going to get all the clay laid out, and then just do a little bit of setting up, because I'm probably going to come down tomorrow and get started working on some of the things that I'm not going to work big, because Choots work really big. And if you want to see his working, go and see Hands of Clay on YouTube. It's a great video. I love it, love it, love it. You can always go and see Hands of Clay on YouTube and watch his video. He is phenomenal. So basically what I brought downstairs today is I brought my little spinny thing. Oh, I'll be working on this. This is spinny. This is my spinny.
Is that what it's called in the store?
Oh,
That's the official word. Is a spinny thing. That's the official word.
So I'm gonna take this other piece.
My husband made those spinny things.
I just brought some of my tools down. See, tools. So I brought some tools down so that I can work. But I always think the most important thing with working with like Choots is forks. So I'm going to see which fork works best. And I brought a water bottle. So, and I got some ginormous fork too, because I really like this one, because he does a lot with forks. So I'm going to be trying out his technique tomorrow. I'm going to lay down all the clay today. And then I'm going to be Chooks tomorrow. And I'm going to try out all of his stuff. So I'm going to go get my broom, and I'm going to sweep it up, and then I'm going to slice the clay, because I have to slice it. And my slicer is, I'm going to use my slicer, which I showed you guys the other day, but I use a different one for the oil-based clay than I use for the wet-based clay. So this is the one I'm going to use for this wet-based clay. I know it's tiny, and my other one is a lot bigger. My oil-based clay one is a lot bigger, but this is the one we're going to use for this today. So I'm going to grab my broom, because I need to do some sweeping. So I'm going to grab my broom, and I'm going to do some sweeping. So yes, you get to watch me do. You get to watch me do a little sweeping. I'm not going to sweep a lot. I'm not going to sweep a large area, because I don't need a large area. I just need a certain area. So I'm going to actually start over here. And they move my Instagram people can't see me sweep if I'm over like that. Okay, so I'm going to just, because I'm going to just sweep a little area. And actually this area right here isn't so bad. Some is really bad, because you want to lay it on concrete. And right now, since I haven't put this floor in, because we're going to actually put a different floor in, but since I haven't done that yet, I can actually lay it here on this concrete floor. So that's what I'm going to do. And I could go in the main area, but there's a lot more traffic in that area. And so I'm going to lay it over here in the less trafficky area, which is right in here. So I'm going to sweep this out. There we go. It's not as bad as I thought. I was like, oh, I'm going to be down here all day, dust everywhere. But actually, this area right here isn't so bad. But I'm going to give it an extra sweep over, just in case there's a little bit of extra dust hanging around. Because I really don't want the dust in my clay. So I gave that a little extra sweep over, and it looks nice. So it wasn't as dusty as I thought. I was like, oh, I've been dreading coming down here, because I figured it was going to be really dusty, but actually it's not. So this is going to be a lot of fun. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the clay. So I'm going to put that broom there, and I'm going to take the clay and I'm going to slice it just like Choop does. he slices it. So if you watch his video, you'll see he slices it and then he lays it all out. So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to do the exact same thing, and we'll see if I get the exact same results. We shall see. So I'm going to lean this down so you can actually see, because I'm going to do it right there on the floor. And you can see what a great, duster I am. I'm going to bring this one down. You guys can come down on the floor. So I'm going to kneel down. And so I'm going to be right here. So hopefully you can still see me. I think my head's going to cut off here. So, all right, let's go up a little bit. There we go. So I'm going to be right here, and I'm going to cut this out. I'm going to cut this clay out, and I'm going to lay it right here on this concrete. And it's kind of nice here, so it should be kind of cool. So I'm going to take it out of the bag. Hey, Philip. And take it out of the bag. And there. Ta-da! So now I've taken this out of the bag, and you can feel the moisture. So I'm going to leave that like that. So you can definitely feel the moisture. I'm going to lay it like this. There. I'm going to lay it like that. So it's definitely moist. And then I'm just going to take it, and Choots just takes blocks. So he just does this and peels it off, and he just pats it down. So I'm going to do the same thing.
I hope Choots isn't watching.
You know who is watching?
You know what? We're just gonna ban her.
That's like 2 or 3. Because he's building big enough sculptures. But I think I'm gonna do one for now. And I'm gonna do one more. Well, actually, I might do 2. I might do 2 blocks of clay, just in case, because I don't want to run out. So there. So definitely join us for Creative Quarantine today. And move it up a little bit, flip it over, move it up some more. Because one of the reasons why we're laying it on the concrete is so that the concrete can suck up some of the moisture. So I'm going to do it that way, and then I do it on concrete. No, the concrete will soak up some of the moisture. And so I'm going to do another bag. So I just want to make sure I have enough, because I can always put these back in the bag and wet them up if I don't use it. So I'm going to grab another bag of this, just so we have enough. Let's grab another bag. Ooh, there it is. All right, here we go. We got one more bag. Here we go. Got another bag. There. So you see my legs? Look at this dust. Okay. It is a little dust still on there, because I'm back this way. So I am getting a little dust on me, but this should be fine. So we're going to grab another bag of clay. There. So you can see how quickly that bent. So we want to take that out, because we're trying to get it a little drier. So I'm going to grab another bag of clay. Ooh, it is wet. Turn that over and pull that out. Ta-da! So I'm going to leave it like that. And so I'm going to lay this one flat as well. I'm going to do it this way. And I'm going to pull again, kind of measuring, because I don't want it to be too thick, but I don't want it to be too thin either. So there. Choots makes this look very easy, but trust me, it's not. This clay does not want to budge. It doesn't want to budge when I do that. So there we go. Another one. All right, and we will continue. I'll do the next one. There. All right. So this is interesting. So we'll see how well I follow Shoots' concept. Okay. So you can see the artist that I am modeling my. I think I'm gonna leave that thing. So I'm gonna flip it over once, like that, and I'll probably come back down a little later today and flip it again. Flip, flip, flip. So I got all my clay laid out. So I feel like I am ready. Woof, woof, woof. I think I'm like shoots ready. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to. I got right in all of the dust that I moved out of the way. So now I feel like I'm shoots ready. I got all my clay laid out.
Stop it. I'm shoots ready. But when you see the next video, you'll realize I was not.
We're gonna start putting these layers together like shoots. So let me get my little table. I brought this, I cleaned this up. It's like I dusted this off from this was down here. So I'm going very archaic. I'm going very archaic down here, guys. I just want you to know I found this over in the little corner. So I'm gonna put that over here, and you see the little legs have stuff all over them. So I'm going very archaic here. So, and then I just brought this down. You see that? That's my little spinny thing. And we're gonna put it up here, and I'm just gonna get a little chair, and I am going to be shoots. So I'm gonna be here creating and crafting and molding. And then this spins, which is pretty. So when I start, I like to start right here. So I think the other thing I need to do is like get a table for my tools. I already have my water bottle. So I'm all like, whoop, 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 all set and ready to go. I'm gonna put my forks over here because I'm still not sure which fork is gonna be the fork. I'm not sure which fork is gonna be the fork. So I'm gonna put that over there. And tomorrow, yeah, I got my water bottle, but I think I better put some more water in there. So tomorrow, we are going to start sculpting. We're going to start sculpting. And like I said, I'm going to do it down here in my old studio, which is no longer my studio, but this used to be my studio. But we're doing some renovations. And at some point, I'll be hanging out down here, but not as a studio. It'll be more like a family room, I think is what we're doing, because it leads outside to the deck, which is cool. And then we have a little pool for the kiddos out there. So it makes great. We can watch movies and stuff down here. So I'm not going to stay long. I just wanted to kind of show you this, what I was doing. And we can check, you can check on me tomorrow. I'll have this back up tomorrow. And we're going to do some more. And tomorrow we're actually going to be like, scoping with our hands. But like I said, I don't know if I'm going to get all the way up here like Chief does. But I'm going to start off, kind of ease my way into it, and then we're just going to have some fun. And that's what this is all about. I'm just going to have some fun. This is Creative Quarantine. If you want to see some of the other things that we've been doing, definitely go over to our Creative Quarantine page. You can actually go to the Beauty Black Inspired Art page and look at art. So this is all a part of the quarantine for the month of January. So doing new things, trying new things, and also just creating a really cool body of work. And I want you guys definitely stay tuned, join me in my journey and in my adventure, because I feel like it's fun. So this is something new that I have never done before. This is another artist. I'm trying their technique. So definitely check back with me at another time. You hear the water from the house running. I'm like, what is that?
Stop.
So I'll be back tomorrow. So check in with me tomorrow as I execute Chooks' design. All right. All right. Thanks, guys.
And all I can say is wow.
I'm gonna stop sending you stuff.
I was waiting for some clay making. We got the basement tour, and tomorrow we got to check back in to see the rest. So
look at my hands. Look at my hands, all clayed up.
Oh, look, we got a comment from Mr. Bibbs.
Oh,
he is out there watching the show. We want to try to get Charles on the show tomorrow to have a little discussion.
Hello.
And Rosemary's trying to work out her tech. We'll be talking to her shortly.
Nice. We're waiting for you, Rosemary.
So are you and Michelle are going to come up in a little bit and talk a little about motherhood and art. You're going to be leading that discussion. So tell me some of the things that you want to raise as points of discussion.
Well, I guess a lot of it would be how we handle it, especially this, doing something like this, because we do want to do more as moms and parents. We want to do a lot more, but how we're able to navigate through being an artist and a mother and being able to fulfill those responsibilities to our kids, to our husbands, and, just things like that. Talking about more or less that kind of thing, how we navigate that, being a mother. And because, one of the things that we had talked about was just recently was how Annie Lee was on the road. And other artists, Deborah was on the road during that time, and how different parents, different moms kind of do things. We have our own way of doing things. And so definitely looking at it from that standpoint. And
well, excellent. I think that's going to be a valuable conversation because, like I said, there is no one road to being a creative person, and there's no. And I'm going to be real kind when I use this word. There's also no excuse for a person that wants to lead a creative life. Mm-hmm. We find a way despite the ways, and
you always find a way.
We got folks with handicaps. We got folks that have gone through life-altering and life-challenging situations. It's just every equation of what could possibly be viewed. That's what's so wonderful about.
I think that's about life in general. I mean, it's like there really is no excuse. There is no excuse. It's like if you want to pursue something, it's just like when you were talking about how you write your goals down. Mm-hmm. The only thing that's stopping us is us. Mm-hmm. And that's just it. It's like we are our only. We are our good and our bad. It's nothing else on the planet is stopping us from pursuing those things. Hey.
Well, I'm going to let you two ladies have the screen because this is a very, very important conversation. It's the first of our conversation series. So you ladies, I want you to really delve into this subject. Take as much time as you need, but I want you to describe the good, bad, and the ugly of motherhood and art.
Hey, how's it going? See, there you go. The mommies are on the screen. So, Michelle, talk to me a little bit about your challenges as far as not just with Creative Quarantine, but just as an artist in general. Because I know we talked a little bit about it here and there, but just.
It's been a little complex. Especially after Gabriel was born, I struggle a lot with what am I? Because I was recently introduced to this term slash work, where because at the time I was living in an extremely rural area. There was no employment options where I could get kidlet to and from daycare and anything. It just wasn't an option. And so naturally I was staying at home, but, and I thought that I'd been doing art previously at conventions and whatnot. but trying to fit it all in, like I was like, am I a stay-at-home mom? Am I not? Am I an artist? Am I not? And I'm self-taught. So there's this whole imposter syndrome of like, at what point are you qualified to be an artist?
Mm-hmm.
Because even if you're selling it and you have like, you know, a business under your name, I'm like, how much do you have to be making of your family's income before you're employed versus,
Right.
yeah,
Are considered a professional artist.
exactly. And I'm sure that I got in my own way as much as anyone else. It's a strange feeling of like almost feeling illegitimate in your own being,
Mm-hmm.
because I'm like, I'd say I'm an illustrator and I did illustrate for money, but I would feel so uncomfortable. I'm like, and a stay-at-home mom. Oh man.
It's like, because then you just felt a little more legitimate. It's like, and a stay-at-home mom. But even being a stay-at-home mom, people are looking like, oh, you're an at-home mom. It's like, heck yeah, it's the biggest responsibility on the planet. What's wrong with you people? You know?
Absolutely. Yeah.
I know. I would get people, they would ask me, they were like, oh, so Louise, does your art support you? I said, my husband supports me.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm able to do my art.
Mm-hmm.
and so I would, and the reason I would often do that is because a lot of times when people would ask you that question, they are trying to test your legitimacy.
Absolutely.
As an artist.
Too.
Right. And so that's what I would always say, that it's like, yeah, my husband supports me, but my art, being in that state, I really love being in that state because it allowed me to create freely. It gave me the freedom to create. And so now, how many children do you have?
Just one. Just one, Gabriel. Okay. So Gabriel is agender and uses they them pronouns, which can be a little confusing sometimes, but I just have one kid.
And how old is he?
They. Gabriel is 6 years old now and in kindergarten, which was quite the adventure.
Oh, okay. So he's in kindergarten. Yeah, kindergarten is quite the adventure. I've been there. I've had kindergartners.
Well, it's been remote, and that, like, for a lot of it, although we're in a small enough school that Gabriel has gotten to participate in the hybrid where they get to go in person. And that's been a lot better, honestly, when that happens.
Yeah, I have 3, all boys. I'm a boy mommy. Love it. Love it. I've had people like, Louise, you need some girls. I'm like, no, I don't. I found that my biggest encounter was when they were younger. Because I did shows. Now, do you do shows, or are you work mostly from home?
You know, I did a combination. I used to do like conventions at least once every couple months. I tried to do a couple conventions when Gabriel was little. The craziest was we drove from Massachusetts to Baltimore with an 8-month-old, and for a 4-day show, which was Otakon. And that was bananas. It was a long car ride, and I was exhausted. My husband was exhausted, and my husband baby wore Gabriel through the convention, and Gabriel was very well behaved and handled it really well. But we were so it was overwhelming, honestly.
Really?
Yeah. And I actually found that it's harder. But that said, I found it was easier to take a baby to a convention than it was a toddler, because a toddler was everywhere. Like, once Gabriel learned how to walk and talk, like I had to cancel a lot of shows just because it wasn't doable. And I didn't have like a whole lot of childcare options. So I'm only just now, if there hadn't been the COVID, I would be starting shows again, was the goal, but you know, things are up in the air.
Right. But you found some other avenues though, for being an artist. I mean, for being able to go out, not necessarily go out, but to promote what you do.
Yeah, I've had really good luck with online stuff. I do a lot of print on demand stuff. So through Spoonflower and Zazzle. I'd started my Zazzle years ago, but it was only like here and there. But in the past year, like I really I leaned into it because I got an iPad last year, and I bought Procreate and a couple of other things. And what was it? Sorry, my brain just skipped a beat. But it exploded in the past year. Honestly, 2020 was great for selling online. I quickly reached the bronze level on Zazzle.
Really nice. I know I'm on Zazzle, but I don't do a lot on there, to be honest. That's something I just don't do. So what would you say would be your biggest challenge as a mom?
Time confetti. That's what I call it. The whole everything's divided the day. Like right now for Creative Quarantine, my husband's doing an awesome job. He's stepped up and he's taken over a lot of the duties, but that's a temporary situation. You know, everything from driving to doctor's appointments to, you know, to picking up from school, managing, juggling. If someone has, you know, if lunch was forgotten, going to bring the lunch, or, you know, making all those phone calls that takes a household running. You know, my husband does contribute a lot, but like, you know, there's still cleaning to do and stuff, especially if I'm home. You know, we have a dog, and yeah, it's complicated. The art fits in all the spaces between. And when I try to schedule large blocks, like especially when Gabriel was younger, even when we enrolled Gabriel in preschool, we have one car. So, and my husband worked 45 minutes away, and it was a nightmare. Like my life was spent driving. Like that was my life, was in the car.
I know. I always tell my kids I was a taxi cab. I'm grateful. Having 3 boys, there's lots to do, lots and lots and lots to do. And so I literally spent a lot of my life driving to and fro with them. And for me, like I said, when my kids were younger, I did a lot more shows. But one of the things I remember Pancho and I was talking about, when my kids begin to realize I wasn't home, when they became to the age where they start asking, "Where's mom? Where's mom? Where's mom?" Then it turned into, okay, if my kids are wondering where I am, then I'm missing too much. I'm not there. And so I cut back. And the other thing I found was when I would do shows, there was a lot, it was very male dominated. A lot of the shows I would go to, because I did fine art shows. I didn't do a lot of craft shows. Now I did in the beginning, I did like craft shows because I was trying to feel my way. But once you get into that fine art level, it is a lot. It's male dominate. Not saying there's not females, but a lot of males. And a lot of them would ask, they're like, "Well, Louise, how many shows do you do a year?" And I would be like, "Well, probably like 3 or 4. And they're like, 3 or 4? Really? You know, and then I'd ask them how many shows they would do a year. And they're like, "Oh, I do like 4 shows a month or 3 shows a month. And I'm on the road all summer." And I'm thinking, okay. And it's like, you know, they'd be like, "Well, you should do this." I had one artist, he was like, "Louise, you need to go on the road." And he's like, "Cause you know, my wife's at home and she takes care of the kids. So I'm on the road all the time." And I thought, I'm the wife and I'm not at home taking care of my kid if I'm on the road all the time. And my husband has a job, you know, he actually works every day. So it's like, this is your job. So your wife is at home taking care of your kids. So it's like having two working parents. Do you feel like that sometimes? It's like, because you are a working parent.
Yeah, I actually really struggle with it sometimes, because they're, like I said, with the feeling of legitimacy, it's like, is art my job or my baby? Like, because it's almost like another child, and the amount of effort it can take to sustain.
Well, I think it all depends on what you put into it, and how you value it. It's not about finding value from other people. It's about how we value what we're doing and who we are. And that's what that was my conclusion I had to come up with, because it's like when you're out there. I remember it was actually in 97. So I'm dating myself. My husband, I was working, I worked with Chicago Park District, and because I love working with kids, and I still work with them. And he said, "I want you to leave your job and pursue your art." And I thought, what? Leave my job? You know, and I was a single mom for a while. And so working was it. It's like, this is a job. but I always worked in that art field, you know, whatever I was doing, it was all in the art field. But to leave my job and pursue my art, and then on top of that, being a wife and a mother was totally different, because I was always thinking of, I have to support people, I have to do this and I have to do that. And so it's different. Like, you had freedom to do whatever you wanted for a long time, and then all of a sudden, you know, it was you and your husband, and all of a sudden you have a baby.
Yes. Yeah, that was hard, because I had worked, the art was like, I was making money from it, but it was more of a side thing that I was doing for myself, because art is like breathing for me. Like, I think that I need to always be making art. I can't imagine a life without it. And after I had the baby, especially when like, we were pretty broke at the time, and we're living in this rural area, and I have to admit the leaning into art was as much because I really needed it to make money, and because we needed another income, and I could not work because, like, it just wasn't available, that it wasn't an option, and we couldn't move. We tried for a while to sell the house. There was no broadband internet in the area.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and we were grandfathered into the DSL, and if we left, the new owners could only order dial-up or satellite, because we were in the Berkshires. So we were in this tiny little town of 800 people in the mountains. And winters were horrible. I cannot describe, like, when we moved there, we weren't intending to have a kid, and I was supposed to be infertile. And Gabriel was a shock.
Well, this was a shock to you and a surprise.
Yeah, and it was lovely. I was always ambivalent about being a mom, so, like, I was never like pro or against. Like, I just figured what would be. And we had moved out to the countryside because the house prices were so low, and it's because of the internet, but we didn't know that at the time. So that we could buy land, and we made a homestead, and we got rabbits, and we had chickens and turkeys, and we were going to get goats, and we had all this,
like a 4-H.
Oh yeah, we did a whole farm. We were raising the rabbits for meat, and I learned to, like, how to do things with art with the fur, and then we had a baby, and, like, life changed.
Right.
Yeah, it was so much work.
So how does your husband feel about your art career?
For a while, we used to struggle, especially when money was tight. It was a struggle. But then I think when I basically had to give it up for a little while when Gabriel was a toddler, because when Gabriel was little, I was able to put them on my back, and I would baby wear, and I would draw. And it was really frustrating, don't get me wrong, because of the time confetti aspect. But I would work in the 20 minutes that they would, like, be quiet for a little bit, and then, like, attend them, and then I'd work again. And I was staying up. I was not sleeping for days. And because I would stay up because the art was just that important to me. And what was it? I think that he saw when I did have to give it up for a little while because I was just so tired. And it turned out I have a chronic illness that I didn't know at the time, because I was since diagnosed with fibromyalgia. I probably had it for years. I've had symptoms for years, but I didn't know. I just thought that I was being lazy. It turns out that no, I actually have a chronic fatigue illness.
Oh, okay.
But what was it? He saw how miserable I was when I had to, like, the fibro reached a point where I had to sleep. Like, I was tending a toddler and then sleeping every waking moment for most people. And he saw how sad I was and how depressed I was. And he was like, you know what, like, we're going to make it happen. And so he kind of restructured his days. And that's when we enrolled Gabriel in preschool. And so that I would have a little bit of time, when I'm not acting as a taxi cab. And I had my little watercolor pad, and I found ways to fit art in. And then the iPad really opened doors, honestly, because I could carry the iPad anywhere and just start from scratch.
Oh, okay. So what you're saying is like, when you had Gabriel, it's just your art. It was just really was it hard to focus? Because what I'm thinking is was it hard to focus on the creative aspect of it, and coming up with concepts and ideas, as opposed to not necessarily the physical aspect of it?
I think it was all of the above. Like, I was always a traditional painter. So I did acrylics and watercolors, and then, and I dabbled in digital, but digital wasn't my medium. And but when you start a watercolor, there are phases where you can't walk away. I mean, if you walk away, the painting's done, whether you want it or not. And that was really frustrating with a baby, I will say. I did a lot of pen and ink because that you could put down a little bit more easily. But yeah, some of it was the concentration because it's really hard. I remember being so frustrated. I felt like there was one piece where I just felt like my existence was frustration because every time I would sit, the baby would scream. And I would get up, do my thing. And then it really genuinely felt like the second I would take a moment to myself that someone needed me and I was breastfeeding too at the time. And that was an adventure in and of itself. That's a lot of work. And you feel like your body isn't your own because then you go through pregnancy and then you give birth and then you're breastfeeding and it feels like every part of you is owned by someone else. And I remember being like that. I need something for me. Like I need to remember who I am.
So was there ever a time where it's like, okay, I know this is you, but I really wish that this was not a part of the life right now. It's like where you just felt like, I love this kid, but I could have done without him right now.
Oh yeah, there were points where I definitely was struggling with. I felt like a real huge sense of loss of identity and like everything. It felt like everything had shattered. But things slowly did get better. And I did suffer from postpartum depression as well. And like I said, I had fibromyalgia, which I still have. That's unfortunately for life. But that was before we started treating it. So I didn't know what was wrong, but it felt like my whole life was ending. But then things got better. Honestly, as Gabriel aged old enough to start to do things a little bit independently and that I got more moments. And we had a friend, my friend Kimmy, started watching Gabriel to give us just a little bit of a breathing room and huge difference.
So how much of your artwork was affected by these moments? Like a lot of times we paint out of our frustrations or paint. How much of your artwork, I always tell people, my angry art, that was my personal artwork, not for show. How much of your artwork was affected through these moments?
I think about pieces like there's one that I did of a werewolf that's nursing, and I would have never done like a nursing piece if I hadn't experienced breastfeeding myself. That was to show the fierceness of motherhood, and that was one of the most difficult things that I'd ever done was breastfeeding. And what was it? There was one piece that sticks out the most, and that is I learned how to do I can't remember what it's called, but tangling, where you do with ink and you make little patterns. And there's one piece that I did, and it took over 40 hours. And every single time the baby cried, I would change the pattern. And you have this beautiful piece with all of these patterns around a fox, and that expresses every frustration that I had. But it's how I fit it in.
But it probably turned out to be a pretty beautiful piece. Do you have that hanging in the house somewhere?
I do. I put it up for sale because I no longer feel emotionally connected to it. I wasn't sure whether or not to keep it, but and I did another one which I gave to friends at a wedding. But it did affect, they're not so much the emotion behind them, but the work that I often am doing now, which is still creative, is I've been doing a lot of animal patterns. And I like that because I can quickly sketch out some animals and I pick out my favorite ones and I detail them out and then I arrange them into seamless patterns. And that's what I've been selling. It's not the same as my fine art stuff, but it still it fulfills me in a way because I have a kind of nerdy animal niche. And
just a little.
Yes. And it lets me focus on, bearded dragons and other critters. There's one of my most popular patterns is of a corgi wearing a plague doctor mask.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And you do those? Do you do those on the pad or you do those hand?
Sometimes I'll draw them by hand and then I upload them onto the iPad. Usually I sketch them now directly onto the iPad. But it's been very freeing though, because then it allows me seamlessly to take a project and go do it while my kid is in hockey or whatever. And I was worried about like how time confetti would look like as Gabriel gets involved in things like scouts and goodness knows what.
Well, that sounds, because that's one of the things, like for me, my whole thing is hurry up and turn 5.
Mhm.
That was my whole thing. It's like, hurry up and turn 5. Because even like I would get people, they're like, Louise, do you want to work with younger kids? It's like, no, unless they're 5. They can understand what I'm saying. They could talk and we can communicate.
Mhm.
So even with my own kids, I was always like, hurry up and turn 5. But even in my art life, I loved because my kids have always participated in my art. They've always, I've always had a station for them or an area for them to incorporate them. And when they were younger, it was difficult having younger children, but because I grew up in a large family, and so I was always around children. It's like, siblings were having children. So I was always around children. So it was a little easier to deal with them. But I was not an infant mother. I was not an infant mother. And I did nurse too. And so it affects your thought process. And one of the things I would always tell people is, the way I paint, because I paint, my paintings are all about peace and tranquility and things like that. And I had a screamer, I had a screamer, and I'm like, holy crap, there is the peace and tranquility. And so that was it. Pancho, you can charge me for that one because I shouldn't have said that. And and so since my work and so because that's what my work is about, and my work has always been about that. But I've always incorporated my kids into what I do especially when they got older, because my kids are older than your kids, but they still demand as much attention. And especially during like creative quarantine, like you're like, my husband's doing all these kind of things. Well, no, my folks want their meals. They want, that mom has to make sure there's dinner, all of that kind of stuff. And so a lot of times when Pancho sees me missing, I'm prepping dinner, coming back up here, doing, making this, and it's like, guys, set the table, all of those kind of things. And so it is being a mom. There is no mom shut off. I always feel like dads can get away with a little bit more than moms, but moms never shut off. You can never turn your mommy dial down or turn your mommy dial off, because your kids are always like, mom, and you're like, well, you got a dad.
Yeah, right.
Call the dad. But no, my kids are all, it's mom, but they're great, as far as creative quarantine and all that kind of stuff. My kids are very supportive, but like I said, my kids are 16, 19, 30 something years old, but they're very, and has been very supportive. And so this is what you get to look forward to, Michelle.
I hope so, because man,
because my kids will, like my oldest son, he would drive all my artwork to where shows that it needed to be in, and then he would say, "Mom, you just fly." And so, it's basically because I raised them in this art environment. I raised them, and I always create spaces for them in my world because they want to be a part of my world. And so, and especially when I was doing watercolor paper and my kids wanted to paint, and I was like, I'm working on white watercolor paper and I want to keep it white. But my kids would come down and they wanted to paint. And so I would literally put out a piece of cardboard for them because they were little. And I would put out a giant piece of cardboard and give them big paint brushes and water. And they would paint their little hearts out with water, with cardboard and water, because it was beautiful. It would show up really nicely. And then they could do it again tomorrow, because once it dries, it was a clear slate. So those were some of the things that I did as a parent to kind of incorporate my kids into what I do. And then that actually allowed me to do what I do. But I do, as a parent, disappear on them. As an artist, because that's just an artist in general.
Yeah.
We tend to fold up within ourselves. And then it's like, well, how do you raise children and be an artist and fold up within yourself and still be a good parent?
Yeah, it's a struggle to find a balance. Gabriel last week threw a fit when I was gonna, because the way we've been handling it, because we have a tiny apartment here, it's mostly one room with the 2 bedrooms and then whatnot. So like the living room is the kitchen, and what's it called? Gabriel, when they found out I was going to go to the studio area, just screamed and then started throwing themselves on the couch, being like, "I wish you had a different job. I hate this. Like I miss you. You shouldn't work weekends. It's the worst." And just threw a total fit and made me feel awful.
I think it's their job, though. Their job is to make you feel bad.
It is. And like, it doesn't matter what I do. Like sometimes. I have definitely helped Gabriel. Like we do incorporate art a lot, and I do but I find it hard to like I do illustration that requires so much concentration, and that I can't do, but I can play around, and I like just bringing out supplies. And we're lucky that there's a couple small work shows around here, and they accept anything. So I've actually even framed some of Gabriel's pieces.
Nice.
And I submitted them to some of the local smart work shows. We've gone to the gallery opening because Gabriel was jealous when I had my gallery opening.
Yes,
so
they do. They do. They want their own. It's like I've had to put shows up for them. I've had to include them in shows. I even had a show out of town one time. I was at an art festival and my kids' work was there.
Yeah, it's the only way sometimes, like, because the Greenfield Small Work Show, I totally entered Gabriel's art and we hung it, like I helped them hang it, and then that way they could be like, it's our in that.
That's right, it's our show because they want to be a part.
Yep. Then they don't cry the whole time, and it was wonderful.
They want to be a part of it. They want to be a part of it until they get older, and then it's like, oh, we got to go hang it, and we got to sit. When they're younger, they'll sit and they'll sell. But when they get older, they're like, I do not want to sit here with you, mama. I do not.
Better things to do. Yep.
So it is. It's like you have to figure out a balance. And I find that the balance becomes incorporating your kids into your life and who you are, and not just and if somebody says it's definitely harder when they are younger. It is learning how to incorporate. And for me, it was more when they were infants. Let's see. So yeah, teenage, right? And that's just, it is like when mine were more infants. When they were infants, it was harder. Once they became toddlers and once they hit 5. They were already incorporated into my life and who I was. And so they did everything because I did a mixture of clay and everything. So, and I always had a workspace. And I think that's important too, is that I always had a workspace, and I used to do a lot of work at night. I didn't do a lot. I did a lot with them during the day. And then I would, after everybody was to bed, then I would work at night. I would just work at night. And that way I wasn't missing out on a lot of who they were in their life. And they weren't missing out on a lot of who I am in my life with them. And so, and then when they got older, they're like, we're staying up with mama. We're going to paint downstairs. And the other thing I always did, the other thing I always did was, if my studio was here in this room, then their workshops or their places was right next to where my studio was. And so open the door and there's mommy, open the door and there they are. So I was always accessible to them. Not now. They're like, Mom, you go upstairs and just disappear.
Good do it sometimes. Oh my gosh.
Right. And so, but that's just it. It's like, and that's one of the things, like my kids have never driven me crazy. Like I would get parents, they're like, my kids drive me crazy. I said, my kids have never driven me crazy. They've never given me that where it's like, except until they turn, once they turn 5, we were all good. The whole infant stage, hurry up.
Yeah, Gabriel's now 6, and that has been a wonderful change. Honestly, it was. I think the hardest, like being an infant, was really hard in a very unique way. Like there's nothing like having an infant, but 3 years old I think was the hardest because Gabriel had enough words that I felt like you could reason, and then they would explode, and like you couldn't predict it, and I felt like. I found that my expectations did not match reality. And that
not with young people, not with kids. It's like, and that's why I used to always tell people, I used to tell parents, remember what you were like when you were a kid. Now, you might not remember the infant stage, but in order to raise children, you have to remember you were a child. And so you're able to raise them a little differently. And I have to remind myself that too, because I look at my kids sometimes and it's like, okay, what's wrong with you? Where did you come from? And then you blame everything on your spouse. Stop acting like your daddy.
Yeah, sometimes Gabriel opens her mouth and Courtney falls out. That's what I say.
So that's, I mean, for me, yeah, it's like that. But it's nice. I love having older kids. And I love having boys. I just do. I don't know what I would have ever done with a girl. Now I've had a lot of, oh yes, this is my daughter. I never had. I've had a lot of those. So I've mentored a lot of young women. But as far as in my home, it's always been boys. I always tell people the only other girl in my house is the dog. That's it. It's me and the dog. And sometimes we have such a connection. And
well, ladies, I think you all have offered a fruitful discussion. You've got a lot of participation on the subject.
We really did.
Able to articulate what your struggle is, because so many are totally oblivious. I want to try to group artists together that can shed light on different aspects of our existence because it's important. And I really feel that this was a valuable contribution. So hopefully we'll have other discussions down the way. Thank you so much, Michelle, for participating and sharing.
Yes, I totally enjoyed. I mean, it's fun talking to another mom and then hearing from where I came, because I've been where you are and you're coming to where I am. And it will get, like I said, it's a matter of how your thought process is, not his thought. Well, not Gabriel's, because Gabriel is just a child. And so where you take him from there, that's what's going to matter. It's how your thought process is going to be and how you incorporate him into what you're doing. And sometimes you incorporate him into everything you're doing. And then sometimes it's like, okay, this is your area and this is mommy's area. And that's basically how it is. And so I think you'll do a great job.
Thank you.
I'm sure you're already doing a great job. They're just at the guilt point where they can get at you.
Okay. There's
I think the most important thing is that, the one thing from a male perspective that I've noticed that women will do is they'll always elevate their children and their husband and taking care of the family first.
Yeah.
And so that's why that alone is the reason why there's more men artists out there than women artists. It has nothing to do with talent. It has nothing to do with tenacity.
Right.
It has to do with determination. It has to do with just the roles of men and women, even though those roles are changing more and more every day.
Every day. I always tell people that women become they're the world's greatest chameleons, because we become what everybody needs. We tend to become what our children need. We become what our husbands need. We even become half the time what our family need. And then we neglect ourselves often. And now is that time. It's like I'm at a point in my life where I tell people, if it's not fun, I'm not doing it. So don't ask me.
Boundaries.
And the moment it stops being fun, I'm out of here. So.
I have to say, when the advertisement for Creative Quarantine came up, what appealed to me the most was this idea of being locked in where I wasn't with my family, because it's so hard. Even when my husband's like, no, I got this, it's really hard to not to like, especially when my kid is throwing a fit and like screaming and it feels like chaos. It's hard to not want to come in and take the reins, or do or serve other people, or like, I see that there's something wrong, what can I do? Mm-hmm. And like, it was so wonderful, this idea of like, no, the only focus is art. That's it.
What's funny is that the concept of the quarantine was initially designed for that. Mm-hmm. I can say the biggest disadvantage of the quarantine being virtual is that people are still trapped into their real lives.
You're still in your homes. And that's funny.
So it's not total isolation, even though it's concentration, it's not total isolation. So I would say that across the board is probably affecting everyone. But the flip side of that was, if we were all 12 in one room right now, all of the other things that's happening, they would have had a whole
another thing.
This fight, arguing, and cha-chinging.
But you know what, Pancho? This just offered us a whole nother way of disciplining ourselves. Because if we were all in the same room, it wouldn't be that challenge of self-discipline. Where it's like, okay, I have to really self-discipline myself and do my work and separate myself and quarantine myself and do those things. So it does offer a whole nother level of self-discipline.
Yeah, and also it working from home, it takes care of some comfort zones. Mm-hmm. Initially, what you would do is you would pack up whatever you could bring to the quarantine, and you would set up a room. You would roll up into a room with 12 different people, and you would set up your workspace. And sometimes our behavioral stuff comes with that. So, there's pluses and negatives, but overall, I think that what we were able to achieve by this is that we can share elements like your conversation you just had on motherhood and so many other aspects of us, because we're not defined by one thing or another thing. We got to be careful not to over define ourselves. We're not the first parents to raise kids as artists. My son was he was a studio baby. He was born in the studio. His mother was an artist. We went to Micah together. So he is in his blood to be in the studio, to go to shows, to not have to deal with that and feel a part of what was happening. So, everybody's equation is different. But I want to thank you ladies again for this discussion. It's very, very important. We're going to do some more stuff down the road. Thank you, Michelle. We're going to get ready to show a little bit of art from Miss Lorraine Malkapine, because she did a couple of videos for us. So here we go.
I'll be working on this in our next session anyway, because there's a lot that has to be done here. So for this session and probably the next session, I'll be working on it. Color, and it's popping, which is what you really want. These are, I'm pinning or indicating where the leaves are gonna go. Not the leaves that were on the oranges. So I'm doing some blending here with the two pairs. I have so many colors on this palette that I'm having trouble finding them. Oops, that's a little too dark. These are the oranges underneath. That came out really dark, so I'm gonna definitely have to paint over that. So I'm gonna lighten it up and then I'll go over it later. Oh, see how muddy that got? Well, that's what happens with oil. It can get muddy. So I wiped a little up with my towel. That might be an area that I have to really work on a little harder. It's okay. This is a orange that was underneath anyway. So it's looking very good. I'll turn my chair around so that you can see. I will continue working on this today and we'll start back with it tomorrow because there's still a lot more to do on this painting. So I might want to add some more color to this. This is a blue, but it's turning green because of the other colors I have mixed on the brush. I don't know about this yellow, but I think I'm gonna smooth it out here. And of course I have to keep backing up to see what it's really looking like. I know this looks a little strange, but actually it's coming along. Yeah.
I really like that piece.
And remember, this is abstract, so the key is for the basket to stand out. But I think I may have gone a little overboard here. Which means I might let it dry, and then I might come in with more of a, I think I'll do that. I'll use a little turpentine to maybe make an interesting, this is all experimenting too. So I'm taking turpentine and adding it to the board to see what kind of effect I get. And actually, it's kind of good. I'm kind of liking it. You know, and as you paint this, you definitely have to close your eyes and look at it and make sure that the colors are all where they're supposed to be and blending the way they should be. And it seems like they are. You know, another thing you can do when you're painting is you take a black and white photograph of what you've painted, and then you can look and see where the darks are, the lights are, and you know what the actual colors really look like. There's so much that we can do today with technology. It's amazing. Well, it's kind of busy, but I like it. So I'm just going to leave it alone. I'm going to let it dry, and then in another day or so, if I feel like I need to do some more work with this area back here, I'm okay with the bottom. It's just up here, I'm not sure. But when it dries, it may look totally different. So that's what we're going to do. And thank you for watching today. I have one more minute left on the camera because I don't want to.
So I see you got all kinds of tech in your hand. You got an iPad in one hand, a phone on the cabinet, and you're chewing. So you must have just came from down in the house.
Came from down in the house. Yes, I had to come. You know, I had to take care of some stuff. My husband wasn't feeling very well, so I had to make some soup for him. And sit him in front of the TV, which this man never stays still. So I'm like, don't move. So yes. But I wanted to mention on Lorraine when she says the piece looked it busy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because she's very simplistic all the time. She'll be like, oh, I think it's done. And I just got a chuckle out of it when she said it looks a little busy. And I thought, it would to you, Lorraine.
Yeah, you know, everybody works different, and she definitely is getting it done.
It looks really nice. Looks really nice.
So what else you got for me?
What you got for me?
Well, you know, I got a video here of a lady trying to mess with some clay like chooks.
Another.
I mean, we could go straight there, but you know.
Yeah.
I'll give you one a little simpler for right
now. There you go. Save that one for a little later.
I can't get it all up at one time.
I'm going to put this in so I can work a little bit on my LaShawn pieces.
alcohol resist technique, where you base coat something, the color in this case this was black, in this case this was blue. After you base coat it, you mix a wash of white paint, and you put that on top, and then you drop alcohol into it to create a resist. So I'm going to do that for you now so you can see what's happening. Very easy to do, but you can get so many different nuances based on how you thin your paint. I'm going to use titanium white for this, to be a little easier for you to see on camera. When I do this technique, I like to use like a fan brush. I actually have an old fan brush. It's actually pretty good. That's what it looks like. What I'm going to do is I'm going to mix this water 50-50 kind of ish. But that's where you get your difference of your patterns based on how thin you make this paint. So I like to do around 50-50. I have done less. The thicker you make the paint, the harder it is, the smaller the dots will be. The thinner you make the paste, the larger the cells will be. So I mix that up real good with my fan brush, because the fan brush allows you to flatten it out a lot. This is a little on the thick side, but I think we're going to go with it anyway. No. Sometimes it's about feeling the paint too. And the more you practice with this, as you can see from my show yesterday, my dad made several hundreds of sheets of paper. So then you start to develop what works, what doesn't work for you. Okay, so that's good, little mix. Now you got to get your alcohol ready. I use cheap alcohol from CVS. I use that brand. Sometimes I'll take this and put it in a nice little squeeze bottle like this. You know, this is full of alcohol. I haven't marked alcohol. And then I'm going to show you on a piece of board how this works. Now, here are 2 sheets of paper that I've coated out. Here's my samples. Those out the way. Got 2 pieces of board here, one brown, one black. So I think for camera's sake, we do the black first. Right? So basically what I want to do in this stage, sometimes I'll take water and just wet it. And move that around. I put a little water. Since I got my gloves on, I could be a little messy. I'll just smooth that on the board. All right. Guess I do the same thing to this one since it's drying. This paper has been sitting for a while. So you see what happens when you wet it? It resists the water a little bit. So I like to wet this paper so that it gives it some traction. I don't know what is on this, what kind of paint is on, but I see it's peeling off. So that might be a water-based paint. That could create another situation. That's why I like experimenting. So I'm going to leave that. Well, I'm going to do that while it's still here. So here's the brown one. What we're going to do is I'm going to take the white, pour some on there. You see that brown is already making something wonderful happen. So I'm going to try to keep this top layer as wet as I can keep it. That white is a really good consistency. The whole goal when you do this technique is to make sure that nothing gets dry until you're ready for it to get dry. So I flood the sheet first. Make sure there are no dry points and before I grab my alcohol. Now, sometimes I'll take my bottle. This is my squeeze bottle. And while that's starting to set, I drop alcohol in. Now, see what happened to it? It created all those small little cells. That's what happens with a bottle. And what I do sometimes too is I'll go back in and drop larger cells on by using the stem inside of my alcohol. As you can see, this paint was a little thicker, so it's making really nice small cells. The thicker the paint, it allows you to do smaller cells. In this case, as you can see, that white turned to like that milky looking brown. So now imagine whatever you got on your base color determines what your outcome is going to be. You will never ever be able to make two sheets of this twice unless you have them laid out together, and they'll be similar, but they'll never be the same. Very organic process. So once I drop a couple on there, I leave it. Nope. Wow, we got a full house in here today. See, Louise Cutler is setting her studio up. What is she? Oh, she's going to show a LaShawn Beal collaboration today. How you doing, LaShawn?
I'm doing good, brother. How you doing today?
We're doing fine. I see you flexing a gun today.
Hey, LaShawn.
It looks like you flexing guns today.
I can't wait to see you do there. Oh, dude, man. Good job.
I'm just faking. I just put it out there. That's all.
Talk to us, Sean. What's happening in your world?
Oh, you know, some clay right now. I'm doing a whole series of small heads. They're about 6 inches in length and about 4 inches wide. And this is just preliminary part of that. So for the next day or so, I'll be just doing the basic stuff, getting the eyes, nose, ears, mouth all in place. And then I'll be coming back and adding the real creative touch to them.
And that's the clay that you had yesterday?
So, yeah.
Poncho.
So, I'm trying to have some fun with them.
Yeah, we're having some a slight delay from LaShawn Beal way down in Texas.
It must be. It's in Texas.
My network jacked up.
It's because he's in Texas.
Yeah, something's happening over there.
He's all the way in Texas.
Yeah, we got my Wi-Fi acting up. So.
Sean's all the way in Texas, so that's where it's at.
Let me turn that sound off. Can you hear me, Poncho?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, yes,
All right.
yes.
I wanted to turn the sound off of this one. Look at that. Look at all the gray. See all that? Ooh,
Yeah,
that's really pretty though.
that's
I like it.
TMI.
Oh, who is this?
So we're on day 16 of quarantine. I'm going to be doing something a little different today. I haven't really been feeling myself the past few days. Self-esteem's been kind of low. Felt pretty overwhelmed by life. And one of the things that psychiatrists have you do is to find your inner child. And one of the ways you bring that out is by doing this exercise that I'm about to do. You make a drawing for 30 days. Obviously, I want to do this at the beginning of the month, but I'm going to be doing it hopefully for the remainder of the month. And what you do is you draw, you picture your inner child, and then you draw what they look like with your non-dominant hand. So I'm going to be using my right hand, and you draw it using like kids' materials like markers, and I have Crayola crayons here. And the goal is to just draw with your non-dominant hand with no judgment. You're not concerned with how it's going to turn out. So let's get this started. You ask yourself, what does this child look like? Are they scared? Are they frightened? Or are they excited? Because oftentimes our negative moods, our negative energies are often a result of an imbalance with our inner child. There's something that they need that they're not getting. And it can come as a result of a childhood trauma, maybe neglect or abuse. It's different for everyone. I'm not too concerned that I don't have all the colors I need. I'm just trying to get forms and shapes onto the canvas. And what I'm going to be doing with these drawings, when I'm done with them, is use them as a framework for some larger paintings. Like I'm going to be letting some of this show underneath, but the goal will be to paint something over this. It's like a hand reaching out to me. That child kind of big hair, so maybe he's like 12 or 13. Of course, everyone's is different. It might be a different age. Yours might be a different age. Thinking about where this child might be. Maybe he's at home. Maybe I'll draw like a kitchen table behind him or something. I just want everything to remain loose. while this is going to turn out more tight when I paint over it, the goal here is to think about how, an inner child might approach this piece. It's meant to be a communication between you and your younger self. I'd say that's pretty good for now. So we have kind of a parental figure reaching their hand out to maybe comfort the child there. So what I'm going to be doing later tonight is painting a more refined version of this, and we'll see what happens. So this is day one of the inner child exercise.
Hi, my name is Artlesia Bibbs, and I'm from Fort Washington, Maryland. I've had the pleasure of participating in the Creative Quarantine 2019 at the Larry Buncho Brown Studios in Baltimore, Maryland. It was an amazing professional opportunity for me as an emerging artist. I was in a quarantine for a weekend among 10 other artists from the metropolitan area. It was a fantastic opportunity to network, to learn technical capability from other artists, and for artists to share different techniques that they were using, and to visit other artist studios within the same building. It was great. For someone like me that's emerging and just getting into the art business professionally, some of the relationships that I made, some of the people that I met really helped to move my career along in an expeditious way. I got my first run of prints from my experience working with Puncho during the quarantine. I think that the artist quarantine is an amazing experience. Certainly this year has been fantastic. I've had an opportunity to tune in and see some of the artists that I have been collecting. Actually, LaShawn Bell's one. Karen Clark is another person that I love her work. There's just been an amazing group of people and an enormous amount of talent where you're actually able to see people create artwork online, and I've had the opportunity to create alongside with some of them, which has been fun. So I would encourage people to tune in online to participate in the quarantine, and hopefully you'll get an opportunity to participate yourself one day. I think it's a fantastic thing just to learn.
I gotta get me one of those.
I'm ready to do one of your studio. This is an example of 3D mapping that my whole studio, when it was much cleaner, was 3D mapped. And
I know, that's why mine hasn't been mapped yet.
yeah, well, that's an important piece because the camera doesn't miss anything.
So I'll have to clean up. Clean up.
So what are you, sizing or painting?
I sized already, and now I'm painting the bowl.
All right.
And then I'm going to put some fruit in it. Then I'm going to put some fruit in it. You were right about I'm not sure what LaShawn put on it.
the finish.
Okay, this is day 14. And this is the leftover clay from the hard box inners that I'm making. I just put that box into the oven to cure. So I'm just going to make a sheet of this leftover clay that I can use another time for the next inner shell. But I like to have the clay in sheets rather than balls. So this ball I'm going to turn into a sheet. But today I'm going to try a technique I haven't done before. I saw another clay artist who used these tools to cut patterns, these kind of cutting tools. And I'm going to try that out today. I'm going to use these different colors here, this turquoise and white and a silver, ecru, purple, and peachy, orangey color. So first I'm going to turn these into a sheet. Squeeze this so that I can get it into the rollers of the POS machine.
Hi, my name is Karen Wildbuster. I'm from Baltimore, Maryland. And I did a quarantine, I think it was 2006, with myself and 5 other artists with Poncho. It was the very first quarantine that I had ever done. And I must say that I was forced to create. and I don't mean forced in terms of somebody making me, but myself making myself. I mean, it was cool. It was cool sitting in a room with 5 other artists, knowing that you had 5 other artists there, knowing that the juice of creativity was kind of like flowing all over the place. You know, the vibe was good, the music was good, the conversation was good. It was great getting up and just walking around and seeing what other artists and how they were creating. And it became like a spiritual journey because we not only spoke on art, we just spoke on life. We spoke on the struggle of an artist at times, and how like minds come together to make this thing work. So the quarantine is definitely a great thing. I've been watching this one in 2000, now 21, really intensely. I mean, I like the idea of how it's going now. You know, how it's going now, to be able to see you guys virtually in each other's studios and seeing how you create. It's a different kind of feeling, a different kind of flow.
Shucks. Sorry, Karen.
Oh man, I might remember what I said.
Sorry. I'll take some of that and some of this. You can try to pick up where you left off, and I'll just pick up where you were. Go ahead, keep talking.
Yeah, so you know, that's a different kind of flow, watching you guys, and me sitting on the other side now, as so many other people are just kind of like tuned into the live feed and seeing you create. Artists that I know, you know, Karen Clark, you know, I've known her for a minute. We went to Africa together on my first trip to Africa. But to sit there and watch her throw and see it all come up into fruition, just like right there, it's like, well, I knew you did it. But seeing it is a different thing. The show is the same thing. Actually watching, learning about Mr. Murray, you know, and how you do what you do, the way that you do it, was good as well. So I say great job to all you guys. I'm looking forward to seeing the outcome of everybody's work. I'm gonna ride this process with you for the next few weeks, and keep staying creative.
Hello, Deborah Shedrick.
Hey, everybody.
How you holding up?
I'm good.
Good.
I am
How's everything
good.
going for you? We know you had a challenging couple of days, so we're just hoping that everything's going well with you.
Yeah,
Hey,
everything's
Deborah.
going okay.
Good to see you.
Good to see you guys. But I've been watching at night. I would crawl into the bed and turn you guys on and watch you create. It was very soothing.
So you got to witness all the lies and propaganda.
So I believe it's soothing to, you know, everybody that's watching, you know. So
Good.
Yeah.
So what you got?
What you
I
got?
know you. I know
We waiting for you.
we're not expecting wonders from you. You just getting back from your couple of days off.
Yeah.
But I know deep down inside, what I know about Deborah Shedrick is she still got some show and tell.
Creativity is live and kicking in Deborah.
So did you get the last 5 small pieces?
No, I did not, but you can show them if you got them by you.
I sent them the same day that I sent.
Here you go. No, what I did get was I got 2 videos, time lapses of you actually creating them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because I sent I don't even know where they are now. My life. So yeah, I did some small pieces. Can you see?
Yeah, yeah, that's the one we showed the time lapse for. That's very nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I didn't want them to look too sad, but you know,
Well,
they got their own personalities.
Very, very nice.
So when you're feeling a little off, always start to create something.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I like
Did you do those at your studio, or did you do them while you were on the road?
We had to come back and forth because you know, my father has dementia, so we had to come back to check that he was okay. So yeah.
I love those.
Very nice.
Yeah, so these were the pieces that I sent you photographs of. So I guess I have to try to resend them.
Yes, ma'am. You have to resend them.
Okay, so I got
you haven't quite hurdled the technology mountain yet, but you're hanging in there.
Send them to me, Deborah. I'm pretty sure I'd get it.
Okay, well, y'all, whatever y'all got to work out, go right ahead.
So what didn't I tackle?
The technology mountain.
The technology mountain. Oh. It's not. I just haven't had time to do it. But anyway, I got your fight book.
Okay.
I got mine too.
You got yours?
Well, I'm glad you got yours.
I got mine yesterday. Very nice. I was like, he gave us
So it's all for my work to go in there, or is everybody gonna?
No, you do what you want to do with it. It has nothing to do with the quarantine.
But he know we're not gonna just leave the book white. Who's gonna do that?
That's all right.
Because I would like to have everyone that's participating in the quarantine, I would like them to do a page in my book so I could.
Oh, that would be so nice. Because that's what we do in theater.
That's a wonderful idea, but how many pages is in the book? I didn't count on when I sent them out.
A lot. But you know, that's what we used to do in theater. We'd lay everything out, and everybody at the end of everybody would come and sign it and write stuff on your poster. And it was so nice. So then we'd have to all send our books to each other.
Sounds like a plan to me.
Even if we just wrote something nice in them, that would be wonderful. I like that.
That's what I thought of when I first. I'm like, what did I get here? I opened it up in the mail.
But then you'd have to have
also.
You'd have to have a system of who gets it next. Oh,
this is his piece that he sent, and so I just saw a woman thinking about her kids. I shouldn't call them kids.
I love that.
Thinking about her children, you know, always in her ear, or always, you know, their presence is always there when they're not. So these are going to be the kids. Oh, I can't.
That is really nice.
It's going to be nice to see all of those together.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So he sent me 3 chargers. I'm like, what am I going to do with all this?
I got that one too.
Yeah, well, you see what's happening in the first.
I'm working on mine now.
Play window.
And I got this one.
Ah.
This is going to be the LaShawn Bill show.
It
You know
definitely
it is.
is.
You know what it is. It's already big.
He's taking over. He's taking over.
He's making me work.
He's making everybody work. That's good,
I
though.
know, because he's killing me with this texture.
I know. It's rough.
Yeah, he didn't make it easy for us.
He did not make it easy for us.
Everybody's welcoming you back, Deborah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Queen Mother. How's
And
it going?
Carol Gray missed you too.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Carol. I miss y'all too. Yeah,
Well, that's a pretty good. That's a pretty good amount of work for somebody that was at a funeral for 2 days.
I know.
Well, I haven't done anything.
She's out working us.
That wasn't really a lot of hours. I just didn't feel like I should not do anything.
Earlier, Louise and Michelle were on talking about art and motherhood. So what I think I want to do is, since you were here, I want to hear some opinions from you about that same subject. I'm gonna get out of it and listen to you guys from the side, and you guys engage in that for just a little while.
Okay.
Sharing about art and motherhood. So what were your experience? Because I know Pancho had said that you kind of just went on the road with you and your kids.
With my son.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
were you a single mother or you were married?
Yes, I was a single mother.
So was I. I was a single mother for Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that was my choice to make art as a living. So I sat down with my children and was like, this is how it's going to be. I don't know if they understood or not. Either we're going to sink or swim, but actually the artists really helped me. When I had my sons are 14 years apart.
Okay.
So when I had the youngest one, he was the one that was basically carried along. But all the other artists helped me take care of him.
Oh, that's nice.
And that was our extended family, and I don't regret a minute of it. And right now he followed in my footsteps. I didn't think he had the talent, but one day he had a piece and he said, "Mommy, look what I did," and it was like, oh, that looks just like me. This work. It was like, it looked like
it's like a carbon copy of who you were with his twist.
Yeah. So he has a talent that I was wrong about, and he can actually sell his work like I sell mine.
I know. I would get people all the time, and they would ask me, "Oh, Louise, do you teach your kids how to paint, and do you do this and do you do that?" And I said, "No." I said, I don't teach them anything. I said, every now and then they'll come in the studio and they'll say, "Mom, how do you draw this?" Or "Mom, how do you draw that?" I said, and that's the only time I'll sit them down and I'll show them how to draw what they requested. I said, but I don't. And I was like you, my oldest son took an art class in high school because I had no idea that he could draw. And I got his high school portfolio and I was like, well, I'll be doggone. You got talent.
Yeah. Both my children picked up the talent. So it's amazing the things that, are transferred genetically.
Exactly. Because people do. They think you automatically teach your kids like, oh, well, since you're an artist, don't you teach your kids? I was like, it's just like any other profession. You doing it. You're not, it's like you're in the middle of doing it. And so your kids kind of pick it up because it's like, it's that whole lead by example. You're just going to pick it up. And so if that's the direction they're going to flow in.
So when I first started, starting any business is going to be your ups and your downs. And I remember my oldest son saying, "Don't you want to work at a bank?" Because he thought banks had all the money. like, just be patient, just be patient. No, but when he said that, I was like, I don't know whether to laugh or feel bad.
I know. I used to do portraits on the street with my son, and he was always my first portrait. You know, because you're sitting there and you have to start somewhere, and so I'm like, sit down. And he had so many portraits drawn of him, half portraits, because soon as somebody comes by and say, "Oh, how much is that?" and you tell them, they're like, "Okay, I'll wait." And I was like, no, get up, go ahead and sit down. So then all of the other street artists would have him come and sit. So he had so many portraits done of him because he would go with me every day downtown and while I drew portraits on the street.
Yeah, I started out as a street artist in Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
And I was set up in front of like Wells Fargo Bank because either you were going to put money in or you were going to take money out. And one of my friends always reminds me that he remembers, I think my son was about 2. He went up to somebody and said, "Will you buy some art for my mommy? Because she needs some money."
I know, because that's how my son used to. I mean, my son tells people, he's like, "Mom said money was meant to spend." I said it was the money we made on the street. We spent it. The other money we had to go pay bills with it. And so we would sit there and just, late into the night. But being a single mom, you did what you had to do.
Yeah, and I was like, we can't buy anything until we make the first sale. So if you want something to eat, you better go make it. Oh my goodness! But
that's where the food came from. It came from that drawing on. I remember the first time I went out there to draw on the street because I was a studio, artist. I was coming out of a fashion illustration background, and the guys were, and I went out there with my blue. I went out with blue color because I was artistic. And they said, "Louise, don't you go around drawing Black people blue. They don't like it."
Well, what about green?
I know.
Right here. Oh Lord, I'm terrible at this. Right here.
No, I love it. But yes, that was my first lesson. And they told me if I'm going to be doing portraits, don't go around. Go and get me some regular colors so that I can draw them right.
I got a quick question for both of you ladies. What do you believe is the advantage of you both having boys?
I think for me, it was a lot easier for me having a boy.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying it's like, I just was not a girl mom. And
I want boys.
Huh?
I asked for boys.
Yeah, I have, because I think it was just easier for me to go be able to go out and in because and once again we're thinking stereotypically, as if they don't need you as much as a girl would. And
that's how we were brought up.
Right. Or they were more equipped to assist you when you were out, because my son was very he assisted me all the time when we were out. He still does right now today. He's used to it, and so he still does everything for me as when it comes to my art. So
my youngest son said, "Oh, you had us so we could do the work." Well, not really,
that bail.
There's a serious side to this, and that is the business of art.
Yes.
And being in a male-dominated business. Please have a small discussion on how that's transpired.
Well, I actually didn't really pay any attention to it. I always focused on what I wanted to do, when I wanted to do it, and how I wanted to do it. I really just, maybe I was just so selfish. I saw them as my backdrop.
I always felt that they were really helpful.
They were.
It's being in a male dominated. I always, when you were out there, they were really helpful. I would say that, and anytime I was out or anytime I needed, because my when my kids were younger, it wasn't like my husband could come out with me. And when I was going out a lot before my son was old enough to come and be with me when he was in college, I was doing those shows by myself. And the guys would always, you know, like, you need some help, Louise? You need some help doing this? And so
I was a tomboy.
But I never really thought about it as you know, me. I was just out there because when I was on the street, I was the only woman on the street with all of these guys, and they were very protective.
You know,
they were very protective. Sometimes I would get guys to sit in my chair, and all they wanted to do is talk, you know, because they want to get to know you better. And the other guys would be like, get up out of her chair. If you're not spending any money, get out of her chair.
Well, you know, I see the male artists as the brothers I never had. You know, so, you know, they call me to check on me and how you doing? You need anything? And I'm like, I'm good, I'm fine. Yeah, but you know, they're all my older brothers, no matter how old I am. Yeah. So
yeah, I never felt any you know, and I guess at that time I never really thought about it, you know, and actually coming up, I never really thought about it as a male dominated world at that time.
Yeah.
And I guess it's because my whole focus was just getting my stuff, you know, doing my thing at the time. I'm like, I'm just trying to do my thing. And then I knew so many artists. I knew so many male artists till there was just relationships. And so I didn't really think about you were being cheated or gypped or, you know,
I never went that route.
There's not enough women artists. I never really went that route.
I just did what I had to do, you know,
right.
Whatever challenges, I just dealt with them. I've never
Right. It's like I was just trying to get my thing done, you know, and really looking at some of their work, just like, let me rise up a little bit. Let me level up.
You know, I wanted to play the game that I guess that bad that, you know.
Right. It's like it made you want to be better or do better.
Somebody did make a snide remark once and said, Shedrick's the hardest working man in the art world. You know, I don't know how to take that, but you know.
Right. It's like, how am I supposed to take that?
Okay. Well, yeah.
That's the truth.
Me, I've had more, mine was more, I remember I did one show, it was more color related, which was weird. And I had somebody ask me, they were like, what shows do you do? And I was telling them what shows I did. And they're like, oh, you don't do black shows. And I thought, what does that mean? What exactly is that? You know, I've had people, and the other one was, do you do black art? Do you do black art? And I'm always looking at myself like, I think all my art would fall into that category.
Well, I've done a lot of shows with people of a lighter hue than I am. But I didn't let that deter me or faze me like, you know, being a woman in a male-dominated, you know, art show.
Right.
I just never, you know, focused on that. I just did my thing and, you know.
That's because we went there to make money and that was it. It didn't.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
My thing was
no gender or color.
I was always like, it should be enough people here for all of us.
Oh, yeah. And it is, you know.
Right.
Because who likes my work?
Exactly.
Like my work. And who likes your work is gonna like your work. Yeah.
And that's kind of how I've always looked at it too, is not necessarily. And I feel that's probably, you know, that's why we can work all together, because I don't necessarily think on those terms. I don't think about male, female in the art world. I do understand that it is male dominant world, but I don't think that hinders any female that comes into it.
It doesn't stop you from working. Well,
No.
you know, it's not going to stop you from working.
And I think it just depends on, you know, it's like if you aspire to be something, then that's what you pursue to be. I mean, I don't think with it being a male, that I'm not going to make it to I'm not going to achieve the goals that I want to do. Just because there's a lot of men in it. My thing is move over, boys.
What are we doing today?
That's right. Move over, boys. You know, it's like I'm going to join in. I don't have to tear it down. All I have to do is incorporate it.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's how I feel like, especially in society, I feel like you know, they feel like they have to tear men down in order to bring women up. And my thing is, we don't have to tear men down to bring women up. All you have to, we're side by side here.
Yeah.
And we don't have to go around destroying just to add.
Yeah. Because we were all given a gift, so you know.
Right.
Yeah. I'll share my gift with you, and you share your gift with me.
Right. And that's why I like this group a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Poncho.
Well, ladies, I really appreciate you all shedding more light on what I think is a very, very important subject. And yeah, you know, there's so many opportunities available to all of us. And I'm glad women are really beginning to really embrace how wide open this business is. I think you both have been excellent examples of what to do. And so just keep doing what you're doing. And Deborah, thank you so much. I know you had a lot going on this week. Thank you for taking the time to tune in today. And thank you for keeping the creative train going.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be left off the train.
All right.
You know what? You are not the one. You are not the one. Deborah's like, if I got a pen, a paper, a paintbrush, I will be painting. I'm sending something in. The train don't stop with me.
Well, you got to understand, she was selected for a reason. And that's because she knows how to get it done.
Yeah, I will get it done.
I will get it done.
All right, Deborah. So we'll check in with you tomorrow and see how you're doing. Thank you for sharing some time with us, and welcome back home.
Welcome back, Deborah. It's always great to have you.
All right, now.
It is always
nice conversation.
Amazing spirit.
Well, you know, that's the thing about it. That's the thing that people don't really get a chance to see when we're doing what we do. But everybody that I have encountered are really good people and good-spirited people. So, hey.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on before we go any further. Mr. Poncho. Now, you're not trying to get by without sharing some of your most enlightening words that you normally share with us in the morning. I know you didn't make a video or anything.
Well, you know, I've been very consistent the last 16 days. So
I
decided to just be quiet and let you guys speak to this.
I know, but you got to have a little bit of something.
I always got a little bit of something, baby. This thing is always working. It's churning. I tell people I might not be the dullest knife in the drawer. I might not be.
We can't go through a day without something.
Well, you know,
kind of good morning.
It's nothing deep. The resiliency of artists is the thing that people don't ever get to experience. You know, the fact that we got 12 artists, they all have different. Listen to Michelle's story and her physical challenges and weighing all the things she has to weigh, and you can still hear her determination in what she's doing. And when you hear Deborah Shetty just came back from a funeral. And she still was in this whole thing. That's not just because of the quarantine. That just spells out the resiliency of who creative people are. We're very determined to do what we do. And there's pluses and negatives to us making that commitment to what we do. And so, and that doesn't matter what sex you are, what age you are. And I'm trying to, as much as I can, shed light on as many different things as we can discuss while doing this, because there are a lot of people out there watching that identify with what we're trying to say. You know, so that's my word. My word is I love the resiliency is part of being a creative. If you don't have the resiliency, you're not going to make it anyway.
Now,
you know?
if something can stop you from creating, then, and I'm not saying that you don't have.
Well, you know, the biggest thing that the biggest miseducation I think I've received is that people always made me feel like art was it was an extension of me, something that I could do or not do, like a light switch, is on or off. And it took me a long time to realize that it was an innate part of my being. And I think that if all artists took that piece, then they wouldn't have the need to justify who they are and go through the changes we go through. I mean, we can't have a normal life, because when 5 people are in the group and you're the only artist in the group and they're having just conversation and chatter, they don't have to justify who they are first to have the conversation. But when you're in the group as an artist and a creative, it's almost like you got to justify who you are to them before you can even.
Yeah, it's almost like, well, because I always tell people, you get the whole, if it doesn't matter what you do, if it's out of step with them, she's an artist.
Exactly.
He's an artist, as if you need some excuse for. And so finally, I told people, I started showing up late. Why? Because I could. And I didn't want to be there anyway.
Well, the thing is, I had to end up doing is it took me a while to realize that 4 of my friends were being wasted. I had to replace those 4 friends with creative people. And when I started creating myself or circling myself with other creative people, the whole thing switched.
Oh, because it's like they always tell you, don't tell your dreams and visions to people who don't understand them, because they will crush them. You have to tell, if you're going to tell your dreams and visions to somebody, you have to tell your dreams to somebody that has dreams and visions of their own, and not just have them, but are pursuing them.
Right.
Because you have to, what is that saying? If you want to be an eagle, you don't hang with chickens.
Hey, I think on Eagle and that subject on that right there, that was a visual and everything.
Right.
We got a full house, or at least a partial full house of people. We're going to try to see if we can squeeze them in.
Yeah.
What's happening, Sean? What's happening, Ryan? What did I just do?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
What's happening, Ryan?
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, LaShawn's got a nice little connection going.
Well,
LaShawn out there showing his, LaShawn's out there being Frankie today.
He got the gun showing.
It's the gun. I'm sweating. I'm sweating.
It's the gun show.
It's raw up in here, y'all. It's raw. It's for real.
Better recognize. Is painting up a storm over there. He got the left hand working. He's painting the borders on. My man don't play.
I know Ryan is not playing.
Ryan is wearing a faux fur top. And watching his faux fur top next to your guns is very confusing.
I know, it's like you
very
atmospheres here.
There must be something regional. There's something regionally happening here.
That's right. Warm weather, cold weather.
That's right. Texas versus Springfield, Massachusetts.
There you go. Ryan sitting up there with his fleece on.
I feel like I haven't changed clothes all month.
But that's a quarantine.
You know what, Ryan? I have been noticing them pants.
Yeah, there you go.
I think that's all of us, though. It's like I just keep swapping out the same shirt.
No, I'm always swapping out hats.
Right. I just keep swapping out my shirts so I don't look like I'm wearing the same clothes.
Before this is over with, I'm going to have a gun show.
You gonna put your gun show on?
I'm gonna have everybody have a gun show.
All right, guys, can y'all see that?
Very nice.
Nice.
So you've made about 25 of those already?
No, I got 14 of them that I'm making.
Wow.
So are those going to be
This is number 2.
And what are you going to do with those?
Paint them.
They're going to be painted. They're going to either have fabric hair wraps on them. They'll have funky hairstyles on them. I'm going to have some fun with them.
Okay, so they'll be like little wall reliefs?
Oh, yeah, they'll be mounted onto a board. And, the board will be, painted or whatever.
Oh, okay.
So, no, it'll be a full presentation when it's all said and done.
Oh, let me do some of those too.
Well, you probably got that cheap Sculpey clay.
You know he got that cheap Sculpey clay, so he better not mix that with Kathleen.
Glad Kathleen ain't on because she would curse us out.
He better not mix that with Kathleen's pure premium clay.
I got a box of Sculpey over here that I keep trying to crack open, but I haven't yet. So
don't you dare mix that with Kathleen's pure premium.
I think.
Yeah,
Kathleen would probably fall over.
Yeah, but we're just gonna have to leave that where it is.
Because LaShawn, because your Sculpey clay was in a big package. I saw it.
Yeah, he was stretching lasagna noodles all night, wasn't
he? Yep. So yeah, once it's been cured, it doesn't matter what kind of clay it is. So I think Kathleen clay will be okay with mine at that stage anyway. So.
I think the moral to the story is whatever material you use is what you use. It doesn't mean that all the other ones are substandard. Just know what you're doing because we got quite a few Sculpey artists in the street.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? We always trying to find a way to make something out of anything anyway. So yeah, you're right. It doesn't really matter.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I felt like after Kathleen, I felt my clay back in the day was a little substandard. I was just, I was like, I left out feeling,
inadequate.
It's like all those years of working in the art store. I think Ryan's over there finished that piece.
Ryan is just cranking. It's like he is.
I know he just opened another canvas up.
He got something going on. He got the rabbit painting over there.
Yeah, I think the rabbit's doing some of that painting. Honestly, I think the rabbit over there. I like that flower.
start off, I'm going to be shipping these records that I sold in my Etsy today. This one is the abandoned steel mill in Pittsburgh that I urban explored when I was going to school there. I also did some earlier on in the book. You might have seen me play around with it. And the other one is just a bunch of freeway signs. I've always liked drawing and painting freeway signs because I did a lot of traveling as a kid, like road trips and stuff. Favorite road trip. Well, my two favorite road trips were the one my partner and I went on last year, or I guess Christmas before last, when we drove all the way to Texas and then back, and then went through New Orleans and Atlanta on the way back. It was a lot of fun. We surprised my family. I've always liked just looking out the car window at road signs. They're aesthetically pleasing to me. And then my other favorite road trip was the one when I first moved to Massachusetts. We drove all the way from San Jose, California to here. It took about 3 days. I bulk ordered a bunch of these record mailers, which is a really good investment. I'd like to put in a thank you note. On the front of the package, always good to label your own merchandise. There we go. It's going off in the mail tomorrow.
We got artists in the studio, y'all. Artists in the studio. We got Kathleen.
Yes, we got artists everywhere.
We got Louise, got 2 whole windows. That means she's like really working in stereo today. We got Ryan doing his thing.
I'm
LaShawn
so sorry. I was on yesterday's schedule in my head. Ah!
It's okay. Here you go. You're in the queue. You're in the queue. So we're gonna watch what you do.
Uh-huh. So you asked me about the necklace that I've been working on.
Mm-hmm.
Is that my screen? No.
Here you go. Uh-huh.
And so I was going to do this long version of the bead.
Oh, I remember.
But I went with a shorter version instead.
Oh, okay. Oh, that is really pretty.
And so I made these connector beads. I made connector beads that just dropped one. But I want to use some metal spacers in between the beads.
Uh-huh.
So I have to go find metal spacers that will have holes big enough to accommodate the black wire that I use.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to do that tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow, but probably Monday.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that looks nice.
I'm going to, I have started using a particular closure that I'm deciding is going to be my signature.
Mm-hmm.
So I use these clay pieces where this one fits into that.
Oh, okay. So do you make those too?
So I make those too.
Okay.
And so that's what I was going to do today.
Make some closures?
Yeah, for this particular, well, for this necklace. Maybe for the 2 necklaces. Usually I make the closure the same on both sides, the same element on both, the same color, the same pattern, the same on each side.
Mm-hmm.
But this time I'm thinking to do something different. I'm thinking to make the circle with this gold clay that will match the primary colors of the necklace. And then the loop thing like this,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to make in this color.
Oh, that's
make like
nice.
this.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm thinking to do. So you see this color I'm working with.
Mm-hmm.
This is actually the Primo Gold. And when it's run through the pasta machine multiple times, it looks like this.
Mm.
Right now it's looking like this.
Oh, okay.
And these two are the same.
So it's almost like it polishes it.
Yes. So what the metallic clays have what's called mica powder
Mm-hmm.
in the clay to make it the metallic look. And number of times running it through the pasta machine will align the mica powders so that the clay gets its metallic sheen.
Yeah, I can see it's getting some while you're rolling it.
Yeah, you can see that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this that looks like it's brown
Mm-hmm.
is actually this gold.
Oh, yeah.
And I can't run this through the pasta machine to align the mica powders in the background gold because it will blend and mix all the colors together.
Right.
And it'll become mud.
Mm-hmm.
So what I have done is started stroking this sheet so that the mica powders align and the background that looks like it's brown will eventually turn gold.
Oh, okay.
Eventually. So I'm trying to figure out how to do that faster.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, I'm doing this. I started working on the other heart box, which is behind me here.
Oh, okay.
So the two, the red and the brown are the ones that, the brown one is the one I did yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
The one on this side is today.
Oh, okay. So you got it all finished, or you're still working on it?
Well, I'm still working on it. Yeah, I have to cure it and score it. I have to score it and cure it and then line it.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we got a lot of artists in the queue, so we're going to watch you work.
Okay. Well,
watch you work. Okay.
I'll be here as long as I can.
Okay. That sounds good.
Okay.
I think Mr. Sheldon is coming in. Sheldon has made his way in. What you working on, Sheldon?
Exercise piece that I started yesterday. When I had some connectivity issues and I had to kind of stretch and meditate and clear my mind. So, get frustrated with technology.
It is what it is, huh?
Create a bit of chaos. You see a lot of swirling and just kind of trying to move with the moment, go with the flow, and not be held back and dealing with that. But yeah, I was hoping to have a bit to display today, but I decided to clean up my studio a bit After every day in, day out, working. I haven't had much time to really reassess materials and just organize stuff. I think the experimental phase is over.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, we're gonna keep you in the queue, and we'll just move people around.
Sounds good. It's good to be back.
It is. LaShawn's over there working away. I wonder if Poncho's going to give me some music or something.
Hey, Louise.
Hey.
I really enjoyed the segment of you and Deborah talking about women in art. Talking about girl power.
Girl power, right. Woo, woo, woo. You better know it. Woo, woo. You know, we threw some boy power in there too.
Yeah.
Girl power without boy power.
There you go. It's Simeon. We all matter together.
Right. Look, we all matter. All artists matter. All artists matter. Yeah, I'm moving people around like dominoes. Poncho, you need to turn your screen. That's what I'm talking about. Uh-oh, he's got a LaShawn bill on his table. Had the smooth jam on. Tell me what your favorite music is, people.
Copyright free music.
That's it right there. I've been waiting for that track to come on.
Who was that? Who said that?
That's Sheldon over here.
Oh, what did you say, Sheldon? You've been waiting for that one, huh?
Yes.
How about you, Ryan?
Whatever this is.
You are watching Creative Quarantine Springfield. We are on day 16. Creative Quarantine.
get you a crystal. That's a bull skull. Nice texture. Yeah. I look forward to seeing how this comes out.
Hey, hey y'all.
What's up, Karen?
What's up? What's up? What's up?
Everybody's
I
working.
am trying.
This is the working hour. That's what everybody's doing.
I know. It's everybody is working, trying to get myself together. I had to get. I couldn't get enough sleep. So I'm gonna walk over here to the side and pull out some things.
Do your thing.
Hey, Louise. From Friday, and so this is the reddest that I've been able to get, so I thought this was kind of cool. I don't know if anybody can see that. So I was running some tests.
You just muted yourself.
I was muting myself because of the grind I was doing this. So I didn't want you to hear that. But this is one of the tests that I had done with red. I don't know if anybody can see that. See how that's what I was trying to get on the white pieces.
Nice.
I thought it was cool too. They came out well. I'm gonna tweak it a little bit, but I think all in all, that color came out pretty cool. I'm gonna put myself back on mute. Hey, Pancho,
Yeah.
check it out.
Very nice. You got a new one.
Mm-hmm. 4 more to come, and then I'm completed. But
Very, very nice.
I want to layer these wings to see how far I can
I like
layer
the way
them.
you did that. It makes it look like it's flapping.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So that's 1. 4 more to go.
Nice.
Hey. That's with the bouncing head. The heads that were talking the other night.
And yes, Karen Clark is rocking the poncho artwear leggings while working in the studio. Look at that! Look at them leggings, y'all! Look at them leggings. If you don't have the leggings, then you're not working. Ryan needs to check those out because he needs a switch of pants, but he's not on the screen right now. All right, that'll be enough. Thank you.
Karen, is that the poncho did for you? Huh? Oh, I didn't hear you.
What'd you say?
Is that the pot that poncho drew on?
Yep.
Oh. Some of this gack that I like. It's right here. Gack. So I'm gonna put some gack on it.
And yak is just a medium. It's another rose medium. I've already wet this. It's already been wet. I'm going to place it here in my sink. Some of it, yes, some of it is getting on the front. Yeah, and I'm gonna let this cat kind of sit a little bit. So I have it on this leather, and I don't mind it on the front because I'm going to paint it anyway. I'm going to paint the leather anyway. And if I want it warm, I'm going to warm. I will put it out there so it's warm. And like I said, I'm just trying this out. So we'll see. We'll see if it works. And I know, I can mold the leather, but I'm trying to work a little quicker. So I'm going to see if I put this cat on it, if it'll work a little quicker. So I'm going to let that sit. And then I'm going to go get some plastic. And I don't want the plastic. All right, so now we've got the cling wrap. Because I don't want glue setting up already. I don't really want the glue sticking to my face. Because I love this face. And I use it for other things. So don't want the glue sticking to my face. Not my face, but this face. So I'm going to put cling wrap on it and make sure that it's down well. So I'm going to cling wrap the face because I don't want to stick into it. And I'm going to make sure that the cling wrap is the shape that I want. Like I said, we don't want this sticking to my glass and causing it to have weird stuff on it. So this way it will come off of they want to have the form, so that's why I'm going to get I don't want to have like I said, I don't really want to be warm. So, both it is cling wrapped. So I think so. And like I said, this is an experiment. So my thing is you can try it at home if you want, but and I've already wet it, so there's a way to wet it. And I'm just gonna spray some of this on just so that it'll come off. Hopefully it'll come off easily. And yes, that is an olive oil. Sorry, pan people. Whether or not I should use an olive oil spray, but it smells good. Smells quite delicious up here right now. Maybe I should be cooking something. And then I'm going to take this, and actually it's probably dry right now. Probably dried up. So I'm going to put a little more on it, and wipe a little bit yeah. So I'm going to put a little more of yak on it. And rub it around. And then I'm going to stick to this, and then I put some rubber band on it. And actually, I might even put modeling paste on it. I don't know. I'm just trying something new. I'm just trying something new, so I let it sit in hopes that it will stay. There we go. And then I'm going to put modeling paste too. I got gloss medium
I'm going to be doing some on the top because it's dry. Here. That's what I'm doing. This right here. This is the direction I want this space to go in. I think it's the direction I want the face to go in. And so now I'm going to hold down. Can you see? So now I'm going to hold down. So, there we go. Hold it down in certain areas so that it will stay. So this is around the nose. And it's actually perfect. But the nice thing is I'll be adding gel medium throughout because I want the gel medium to, I'm going to add gel medium on the front part of it as well because, but I'm trying to hold back on adding it because then my fingers will already stuck to it. My fingers will already stuck to it and it's like, yeah, the gel medium is actually getting on there anyway. So this is on my hand. I'm just going to rub it on. Rub on the gel medium. And like I said, it's covered and then I'm going to use a gel medium on this hand. And then I'm going to use a blow dryer because I want it to dry in these positions. And bring it down and dry because I want to capture this shape because I'm going to use these. I'm looking to use this with my wood form. So you have to keep working it, working it, working it. I want these. I want this sort of eye shape right here. And then I'm going to put down here. And I'm just letting that. I am going to let it form however it wants. Because there's gel right here, so I'm going to actually pinch that. Because I know that part needs to get pinched. So that will form right there. And then I'm going to add a rubber band to kind of hold this so that I don't have to hold it down. So I'm going to add a rubber band. There's some rubber bands. But I'm just going to keep working this. Working this. Using a rubber band. I find that using a rubber band is the best way to pull down these kind of things, especially since I have to keep it down for I want to get there we go. And then that way I don't have to pull it down and then drop down into. So these are two spots where I would do now. I think that's going to get it right underneath that chin area. I didn't want to do, but it's all right. It's okay. So I'm going to keep working this, and it's going to take a minute. So.
Challenge, challenge, challenge. You hear me?
I can hear you, darling.
Challenge. Woo!
Yeah,
You
I see you getting into the groove, man.
Man,
But
challenge.
you look like you're doing it.
Yeah, I am. Woo!
Miss Buster, those were pieces created from Quarantine 2007. And you got a special tool there that I haven't seen yet.
Yes, this is to get the outline, and so that I can make sure that I don't distort the faces that you've already done. So I'm using this tool, this what is it, Sgraffito tool of some sort, and then I'm using this tool. So this gives me the outline. That gives me the outline. This helps me define like where the eyes are, so I can go in there and just circle it off. And then this actually helps me get the depth of the braids inside of it. And this one helps me get around the nose. So some of the curvatures. And so that's the first one that's kind of really done right there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you can see that because that's a lot of light. Let me see.
Yeah, it's right. It's right on. Like, turn it. Put it to your other side, away from the
Okay.
light. No, put the base to your other side a little bit on your other leg.
I'm sorry. Oh, right here.
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
little better.
Okay.
Yeah, here you go.
You see the.
Very, very nice. Very nice.
Thank you. So yeah, that's what's going on here. It's intense. It's intense, but it's cool. It's very cool.
That's going to be pretty fabulous, Karen.
Huh?
I said that's going to be pretty fabulous.
Yeah,
It has
I
a
think so
lot.
too.
It has a lot going on in it. Look at I'm looking at
Yeah.
myself in my head. I look like I'm like some wild woman from Bonia. Look at it.
That's fun. Yesterday, I'm sorry I couldn't get on yesterday, but it was so much fun. I do have a question for you,
Yes.
Louise. I have a question for Louise. You were talking about resin. What kind of resin are you using? What is
Oh, right here, I use this resin because a lot of people use a very toxic resin. I do not. This is what I use right here. Can you see it? It's called Pro Marine, and it doesn't have any smell or anything.
Okay, and so what can you do with it? Can you work with clay?
I haven't worked with clay with it. I have a lot of different, I do work with a lot of different kinds of resins, but this one I use when I'm doing, it's an epoxy. And so I use it when I'm working with the wood. And I also have, let me show you these, because I like to use color. I color my resin, and I color my resin with these right here. So I use a lot of color. So I have like red and pink and blue and silver, because I use I like to color my resin, and so when you see it, it has all of these different colors when I use it. So but I've never used it on pottery, and that would be interesting. But I've never done it on pottery.
So do you think that it would encapsulate, so like if I took a bead and put it inside of the resin, would it firm around the resin?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it would. It's yeah. The only thing is like you have to be real careful where you put it for the drip. So if you're gonna do beads, make sure you string them and you watch, you turn them so you're not getting that drippy condensation. You don't want the drips. Like when I did because I want to do some cutting boards, some really nice cutting boards, but you have to just be careful with how the drips are, and you can do it without getting excessive amounts of drips. You just have to be careful.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna reach out to you more to ask more questions about that.
Yeah, because this is it's like if you're looking for stuff that doesn't have a lot of smells and toxins, because I did a lot of research on resin before I bought some, and there were several out there, but this is the brand that I felt was fit better for what I was doing, and that I didn't have to be like, oh, can't, that kind of thing.
Right. Okay. All right. I'm gonna check that out.
Oh, Kathleen, what is it? Kathleen said she wondered how we interact with polymer clay. Not sure, but it sounds like we need to do some testing, don't we? Lots of things we could test out.
Yeah.
Exciting.
Yeah, I definitely want to check that out.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
Oh, Goddess Mother. It's right. Goddess Mother sent me some pictures of her work, and she uses the gold on her pottery that you use. And so she sent me a couple of photographs of her work. I'll try to put them up tomorrow so you can see them.
Yeah, well, yeah. If you don't mind sending me to me and DM me with them, so I can.
Yeah, because I was like, oh, okay, those are kind of neat. She was showing the metal. She uses a 22 karat gold.
Okay, cool.
On hers, and it's on fired pottery, which I thought was nice. It was
Oh
really
yeah, I
neat.
would love to see it.
Yeah. So I think my little has gone going out.
Yeah.
Well, I
This
think I did my LaShawn plate. Ta-da! What do you think, Poncho? Where'd Poncho go? He disappeared.
Looks pretty good.
let me see.
Yeah, it's my
Okay,
LaShawn.
cool. Nice.
Yeah, it's my plate.
Very nice.
Yeah, I threw some calla lilies in because LaShawn is calla lily guy.
Looks very nice.
And I'm calla lily girl because those are my favorite plants.
Nice.
Is LaShawn out there? Is LaShawn there?
Now, he was here earlier. He vanished. He has been. It's going to be a LaShawn fest anyway. Because LaShawn sent everybody work.
Yeah. He didn't send me any work.
I know, but by the time it's over and we're all showing work, it's all going to have LaShawn imprints on it. So I'm going to have to seal this. Seal it. So, all right, one down. One LaShawn down. Two to go.
Look, you work like crazy over there. Wow.
Huh?
I said you're working like crazy over there.
I'm trying to, I am really trying to. LaShawn has challenged me because I don't do a lot of text. I don't do a lot of texture. I mean, I do some, but not to the extent of LaShawn's texture. So he has challenged me by not allowing me to do a nice straight edge.
Oh, cool. That's fun. What I'm doing right now is a huge challenge. This is something.
So it's kind of nice to have these challenges, but then you just like I was painting the plate and I accidentally went out of the line and I'm like over here doing this.
I get it.
And then it's like, okay, get it together, girl. Get it together.
Right. When I started working on this piece,
look at Poncho. Look at Poncho.
Poncho, somebody saw that piece and sent me a message saying, "Can I buy it?" And said, "You'll have to talk to Poncho Brown."
Nope.
It's like it is gone. It's gone.
It's not for sale. I'm sorry.
I told Poncho, I said, "Oh, I can't wait till Karen visit me."
This piece is not for sale.
I can't wait till Karen, make sure you bring some heads when you visit me. We can resin.
This piece belongs to the estate of Letty Ponto Brown.
Hey, I love.
Hey Karen, can you tell I put a finish on it?
Yeah, do it again. Oh shoot! Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoa. Yeah, that looks so good.
Yeah, you can set your sheen on it.
Yeah, her eyes are real serious. I mean, they're piercing. I'm like, what?
Very deep.
Yeah. Hey, girl. Hey.
Karen is. Oh, let's see. Kathleen. I wonder how the rest. Oh, okay. I'm not sure. Yes, it is experimental time. Yeah, you're right, Kathleen. I have not gotten my package yet, so probably this week I'll get it. Wow, she loves that head. Wow.
Thank you, Miss Buster.
Wow. Oh, did we not get Frankie in the room? Frankie's in the room.
What's up, Frankie?
Hey, Frankie.
Hey, Frankie.
Hey, I got my little man here. Say what's up.
Hey, little man, how you doing?
Hey.
Yeah, that's why he's hanging out with me tonight. So.
Hey, you're an artist too, little fella? You do art? He's like, no.
Not yet. I'm gonna force him. No.
Oh.
No. I'm kidding.
I know you wouldn't do that.
All right.
I'm like, did all of my devices go off all at the same time? I thought I was
you lost the one on your table.
I know, I thought I was charging it, but clearly not. I thought it was being charged, and I guess it wasn't. It ran out of battery. But I time lapsed that, so
that's what I forgot.
I'll send it to you. Wow, that looks great, Frankie.
Yeah, Frankie, your work is beautiful. Your work is really, really nice, Frankie. I love it.
Thank you so much.
Where's your girlfriend, Lupia?
Oh, she took the night off. Lupita? You remembered her, huh?
I do.
Yeah, she's I gotta find a way to protect that piece. It's smeared. It's starting to lose its luster, so I keep having to add on to it. Somehow finish that, but I added the protester. Can you see him? I don't know if you can see this.
Probably could see it better if you took your head out.
I know, right? I'm trying to figure it out. There you go. Can you see that? Why is it
There you go.
Oh, the name of the resin is it's called Pro Marine. Here, let me type it in. Hold on, let me type it in.
You see the protester with the
Let me get over here so I can type it in. Pro.
I added this guy pulling on the chain.
Oh, did I do it right? Okay, hold on. Redu. M-A-R. I think I got that right. I want to make sure I spell it right.
1 second.
Okay. There it is, Pro Marine. That's the resin. Pro Marine. Somebody was asking. Goddess Mother. Queen Mother. All right. Has Poncho vanished on me? It's me and you, Karen.
I don't know. I'm here. I'm working.
I know you.
I'm in the cut.
I know you in the cut. Because that's how we do it. We're going to let Frankie sit there for a minute. Let Frankie work.
Never too far away.
Let Frankie work for a minute. While I ponder this new LaShawn Beal piece.
Oh, I had to walk away from mine.
Yeah, but you have a very, perceptive view of it. The rest of us have to look at ours for long periods of time.
I find it's best to just dive in.
Yeah.
I know.
Just dive in and just go.
Yeah. That is a true thing.
I know.
Especially the ones he just gave us with the flowers on them.
The flowers I don't have a problem with. The textures was killing me.
Okay. Yeah, I'm working on one now and it's a bit of a challenge.
The flowers, it's like concept, like that one right there with the lady, that was easy.
That's
Now I can't wait to see what Frankie's going to do with his, because he
I
looked
know.
at it. He looked at it the other day like it was just like, what am I going to do with this?
Well, you know what? You saw flowers, and I saw an anatomy of lips.
Oh, okay.
And I
That's
thought about
different.
adding the top part of that as an afro.
Oh.
Now
Okay.
what you say about clowns?
Clowns?
Did you say something about clowns?
No. No, but I'm gonna yeah. So it's a flower, but on the other end, when you turn it around, it actually takes on a whole nother thing.
You're right, Frankie. If you turn it this way, well, to me it still looks like a flower, but I get it.
Yeah, you turn it upside down, and I'm picturing that "Feed Me, Seymour" from
Oh,
oh, what's the name of that movie?
Little Shop of Horrors.
Right, Little Shop of Horror.
Yeah. So I'm thinking of the lips on.
I wonder if LaShawn is watching this.
Sorry, LaShawn.
I don't think
LaShawn's sending us a bunch of little shops of horror. Ah, feed me, Seymour.
Yeah,
that's
he had
that's
the
how
nerve.
we feel right about now,
He had the
LaShawn.
nerve to send me 2 of those.
I know, and that's how we're feeling right now.
Yeah, so I just turned it around and saw a flower, but then it jumped out at me something else. I said, well, what if I added this? And, but the texture, you're right. It's the texture. Nice little challenge there.
What did he put on for? What is this texture?
I think he put fabric on it.
Yeah, but this texture is very beady. It's like a sand or something.
Oh yeah. He did put some sand granules in his place.
Yeah, that's what it feels like, sandy. A little. Well.
Yeah, we're gonna get him. I'm gonna send him something like a boot, but that won't bother LaShawn.
Mm-hmm.
LaShawn will be like a boot. Yeah.
My video should be uploading by now.
Now, Frankie, what are you putting on there? Oil pastel or dry pastel? Is that dry pastel?
Dry.
Okay.
It's chalk, yeah. And then this part here I'll do is going to be white.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just being lazy with a paintbrush right now.
You think you'll finish that by the end of the month?
By the end of the week.
Oh, there you go, Frankie. He was like, "What? What do you mean the end of the month? I'll be done with this by the end of the week, baby."
Oh yeah.
You guys work with brushes. It is so amazing. I didn't realize how much I liked the way brushes worked.
All right, Karen got a brush today. Yesterday.
Yeah, I love the brushes. Wow.
And
that's so cool.
You got the higher end brushes, I noticed.
Well, those are the best brush. Those are the best brushes. Cheap brushes don't work.
I get the cheap ones.
Oh no, you got to get some nice brushes. I treasure my brushes. It's like paying. You want to pay. If you pay good money, you'll keep them forever.
Cheap brushes are for are disposable brushes.
Exactly. It's like I've had these. I've had these brushes
you have to use one time and toss it.
Right.
But again, our co-founder Charles Bibbs has about 100 golf clubs.
Oh my Lord!
Because he leaves his brushes sitting in fluid. I tried to paint, in my first quarantine. I tried to paint pictures with those.
What did you do? Buy more?
No, I tried to adapt. I just created some pieces with some bent brushes.
But isn't it cool how you can when you adapt? You like, shoot, I can do anything when you adapt. I love adapting.
When I use the brush, sometimes I'm looking at the hair, right? It stays right on the face.
The what?
so anal about my
fiber,
brushes.
the hair from the brush.
That's the quality of the brush.
That's the quality.
Frankie. Yeah.
That's
It's
$8.99 a pack, or 25.
right. Yeah. If it's leaving, if
Yeah,
it's leaving
if it
hair.
comes in a pack, that's already a sign.
No, you want to buy brushes that's going to go with you for a while. You don't. Yeah. You
buy yourself one or two like really individual brushes.
Right. Take your time. You know, buy them at one at a time if you have to. I got my kid. I remember when they bought me this one. I fell in love with this brush. They got it from. I forgot how much it was, but I love this brush. This little brush, right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
I love that brush, and I've had that brush for a long time.
You were saying
some of the brushes that Karen was using in my studio were 15 years old.
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah. You know the crazy part about it, I was almost going to say, can I have one? But I knew better.
Poncho's got to send me one.
You know how you got the see, brushes to me are like underwear. Once you break them in, you can't be just loaning them out.
Giving them out to people.
That's right.
Yeah, that would be kind of rough if somebody came and said, "Well, Louise, can I get one of your brushes?" I'm like, "Yeah, grab one out of the paint party container."
Grab that pack of brushes from Frankie.
Right. I'm like, oh yeah. I give them the ones out of the paint party container. Get one of them.
Yeah. I was tempted, but I knew better. I knew better.
No, I got
you know how it is, Karen. It's like asking you for your tools.
Yeah, I would have looked at you like you were crazy. I'd have been like, yeah, no.
Be like, Karen, let me get that tool right there. And Karen be like, what tool?
Wow, that's looking good, Karen. You put on that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Has it been 3 hours yet?
No, but it's going to take 3 hours. It's going to take 3 hours for real. Because I still got to go in and sand and define. Because, I mean, it's got to be deep in there. So this is just the outline of the piece. But now I got to go into each piece and go digging in there deeper. You see how I'm pulling it out? And that, you see how deep it gets?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I got my snack today. See my snack, Karen?
I'm impressed. I
got my snack.
I think is Karen gonna pull out more cheese puffs?
She said that's just on occasion. She said it's just on occasion. What you got, Karen?
These are my favorite cookies from England.
What are those? What you like? Let me see what the name of it.
Right there.
Chocolate ginger. I broke down today and got a bag of kettle chips.
Oh.
Are they sea salt and vinegar?
Not fried in pork juice. This is vegetable oil.
Did you do the sea salt and vinegar?
No, I just opted for the original.
Oh, okay. If I'm gonna eat some chips, it's got to be sea salt.
I know you sound really obnoxious on my microphone.
I know. I'm not over by mine, so you can't hear me.
Wait a minute. Let me tell you what you guys are doing right now with the potato chips. I watch this show every so often. It's crazy. What is it for? It's what is it? ASMR. And it's like people doing crazy or not like it's interesting. So like they crumple up paper like this and people love it. And then they go to sleep to it. Or somebody's eating a pickle or they're tapping like this. Oh, I know.
I've been meaning to do like go on YouTube.
If y'all want to understand everything, just look at Frankie's face.
Frankie's always hold on. Put him in there.
Frankie is always like, "What are you guys talking about?"
Well, I'm trying to figure out how you would watch a video of somebody eating.
I've been meaning to make a video, a YouTube video of me just staring and moving my head.
People love that stuff. People make money. People make money off of that. It's crazy.
I know that's gotta be my performance art piece. I'm gonna do one. Now, all I'm gonna do, I have one where all I did was just stare at the screen and just move my head.
So I'm stressing all this stuff, what to say, and all I have to do is just bop my head.
Yeah, pretty much.
Frankie, for some reason, I don't think that's going to work for you or me.
No. What about if I just chew on some pickles or something?
Yes, you could. You could.
I'll be a
There
hit.
you go. Yeah.
I thought I was putting people out on my videos, the ones I sent to you.
You're just doing it wrong. You gotta get with the flow.
Well, y'all that are out there watching us work, yes, we have to have a little bit of snackation in order to stay in the flow of things.
Yes.
Kathleen says she's snacking too. Homemade sweet potato brownies.
Kathleen, why are you not in the studio working?
Okay. She said,
I'll tell you what, when Kathleen get done with her session on the show, she surely is going to chill out when she gets done.
Oh, you know what? You guys were talking the other day, Louise, about knitting. I still knit.
Oh, do you? Okay, well, I'm gonna wait for that Afghan.
Oh, that ain't gonna happen for you, girl. No, that's too much.
See, this is Pancho. This is what I like so much about the dry pastel. It's just the control I have of the blend.
Yeah, but how does that work with you painting acrylic?
Mm-hmm.
And how do the two merge together?
Oh, it's mixed with acrylic now. And I'm going to go, either way, I'm going to go back and paint this.
Shelton did it the same thing with his acrylic painting a couple of days ago. He added pastel.
Yeah. It's almost like I don't want to say an unnecessary step because I still have to draw it out, but I prefer chalk to sketch it out and then go back over it with paint.
Karen Catherine says she's working. She said StreamYard just be burning her phone out.
Oh.
I don't think it's StreamYard burning her phone up.
I'll reach out to her through Messenger. Talk to her.
Yeah. If you out there working, Kathleen, I hope you got your what is it? Time lapse.
Time lapse.
Time lapse, Kathleen.
Time lapse.
Oh, Karen, here you go. You gotta watch this one. It's my shoot. What happened to my shoots video?
I will be right back.
I think it burned out.
My shoots video burned out. You missed the first one, Karen. All I kept talking about was being like shoots. Girl, I'm trying that shoots thing.
So we are down here in the basement where
I think Pancho waited for you to get on, Karen, so you can see it.
Okay, I'm looking.
And I'm thinking maybe I read something or look at I'm just spraying it a little bit. I'm just spraying it and moistening it up a little bit. I'm gonna back you up just a little.
My concrete must be different from Choops because I left mine overnight and it was dry.
Well, I want to see what you mean. Because Choots is a bad dude. I mean,
it's not. It's not what I made. It's what I started now. Okay.
Related. So my plate does seem
like I said. Choops said, put it on concrete and leave it overnight. Girl, I showed up and looked at mine overnight. It was okay. And I don't even have heat down there.
There it is on the floor. I kind of picked up a lot of it and just put it where I thought would be best for working on it. But I'm all set up. And I'm just going to have some fun. Let's turn you a little bit more. You're not like right at the door. So I'm just gonna have a little fun because I got my little table set up right here. And
This used to be my old studio.
So let's do it that way. And I can actually bring that. You know what? I gotta bring this up some. So you guys bear with me. We are in this together. We're in this together. Tea over. Where we go? So I just tilted that one down.
Did she really bring the tea over? Girl, get to work.
Over here.
Girl, I am in the basement. I am in the basement. We got construction going on down there.
So
There is no walls in that room.
I don't know if it's quite and the intensity that shoots music. To me, I'm like,
Look how hard that is.
I'm thinking.
Did you? No, I'm good.
You see
I'm
how
gonna-
hard that is?
Yeah. Did you slam it down on the ground to beat it?
I did.
Wow.
I slammed it on the ground. I did all the stuff Chooks did. But he said to leave it overnight. But girl, my next batch, I'm not gonna leave it overnight. I said I must have different concrete than Choot had.
Well, maybe.
But you know what else, Karen? I am in Colorado and it's drier.
Yeah.
So what I did was I just sprayed them and bagged them.
Okay.
I sprayed them and put them back in the bag because, girl, those things were like slabs. They were perfect. They were perfect for carving.
Yeah, because I would have probably just punched a hole in all of it. I would, when my clay gets hard, I punch a hole, 4 holes, put the water in it so that it can disperse out. Yeah, instead of, because that might not ever. I mean, like, have you checked it already?
Huh?
Have you checked it? Is it still hard?
Yeah, I'm gonna go down there in a little bit. It's still in the bag downstairs. I bagged all of it because I might work some more because I had a lot of fun working with it.
Like you sprayed enough water on it.
Oh, girl, I sprayed that stuff again and again, and I spray it throughout the whole thing.
Okay.
But I just, it was hard, but I just wanted to get started, so I did just start some of it.
What did you make?
I just did the form.
Okay.
I just did the form. I didn't do the whole, I didn't do like the face and I didn't do any of that. I just did a form, just start the structure. That was it. Because there was no way to do anything else but start the structure. Because it was too hard. You see it is flapping around like a fish.
Girl, I'm about to pass out. Come on here. I can't wait.
So, I mean, tomorrow it should be fine. It'll be fine tonight.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna work on it some more because I did have fun. I was like, oh, I had fun with this.
And Pancho, who did we go down to Georgia with? What's his name? Because he is just amazing, and I still remember his techniques.
Who that?
What's his name? Georgia. The amazing sculptor who sculpts in Jamaica all the time with the bronze.
Basil
Watson. That's who I learned from him.
Yeah, we both took a sculpture class with Basil Watson.
Oh, okay. Where in Georgia?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That was before you guys knew me and didn't take me anywhere. When you guys were doing all your travels and stuff without me.
No, this is actually after that when we started saying we wanted to do some things that were of interest to us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still wasn't there.
I mean, Louise, come on now. Listen, if there's a class, I'll take it. So if you got a class, tell me about it. Let me know.
No, I'm saying I want to go with you all.
Hey, Pacho, I need like 4 more pairs of these for the simple fact that during this winter, sometime I can wear them with my linen. Okay, so put me down. Bam. Y'all see them? Bam, bam, bam.
Are they warm, Karen?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna have to order a pair for my sister because she said she couldn't find them on the website.
Oh yeah, they're not on the website yet.
Oh, that's why she couldn't find him. She said, Louise, I went through his whole website. I said, trust me, you didn't go through the whole website.
You're doing a lot of talking about chooks for you to still be holding blocks of clay.
I know. All I say is chooks. When I watched it, I'm like, I say chooks a lot.
And then you had the nerve to upload it. Chooks, I hope you're seeing this.
Chooks, no, he's my guy. I'm gonna send him a email. Say, Chooks, I need your help. And he told me, he said, call me, Louise.
Tell him I need his help too. I won't call him and be like, what you doing over there?
Mm-hmm.
I love talking to other sculptors because they are so cool.
I know, and he's amazing. Did you watch his interview?
No, I haven't had time. How can we have time when we doing all this work we doing?
I don't know, but you know what I want to do? I want to have you, Catherine, and Deborah on Living Out Loud next Tuesday. I want to interview the women of Creative Quarantine.
Okay.
So I'm gonna send out an email.
Okay.
And then I'll interview the men of Creative Quarantine.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm gonna send out an email, and I do interviews at 10 o'clock on Tuesday.
You know, Karen's face looks just like Frankie's face normally looks watching you work on this chooks thing.
I tell you, that clay was not cooperative.
You made me wrap up my work and so that I can look at this.
I saw you. Yeah, that clay was a pain in the butt. That's why I was like, okay, I'm gonna stop here. I didn't even do that one. I'm like, that it wouldn't even. Look how dry it is. It didn't want to go through. And I was like, forget it. Let me get another piece. It was like Comedy Central.
No.
I couldn't even time lapse this because it was on my whatchamacallit. There you go. See, we got a much more pliable piece.
Karen's face has so much concern in it.
I know. That's what I love about her. She's concerned about me. Oh, I'm sorry, Kathleen. She said I called her Catherine. Kathleen rhymes with queen. Now she's starting to sound like my mama.
Kathleen.
My mom.
She knew.
My mom is the queen of all.
I know. We make mistakes, Kathleen. We know your name.
Well, you know me. I may and I may not.
At one point, I called you on the one of the episodes. I called you Lauren or something, and I was like, shoot, I hope she didn't catch that. Her name is Lee. I mean, we just get caught up in the moment.
Yeah, so I don't. It's not a big deal. I know you know my name. If I know you know my name, I'm not tripping.
Right. Don't trip. Girl, this is really, really interesting. I hope that you send me this and so that I can. Well, actually, it's in the share file. I'll go and back.
No, because you just gonna share with your friends. I don't need your friends laughing at me.
No, I wouldn't do that. Never. Mm-mm.
Look, you gonna take it and let your kids see it in your classes. This is what you don't do. Look,
no.
I'm kidding. I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, no, I don't play with that. Yeah, but it's really interesting. But yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but if you do, and whenever you do watch his Hands of Clay, you'll see, because this is all from his Hands of Clay.
Okay, I'm gonna check it out.
What I'm doing is all from his Hands of Clay, like when he did that. And then he has because I had asked him, I said, do you put the glaze on? He was like, nope, I don't glaze my work. And so he's gonna show me his what he does to color his pieces too. Because I told him, I said, oh, okay, I want to do that too. So he's gonna show me that too.
Well,
but I have to get through
I'm totally intrigued by this Trooks method you're showing us.
I told him yesterday, I said, don't show this to Chooks until I get it right.
What are you doing?
But I like it what he does because he just builds a hollow shell, which is cool.
Yeah, a hollow shell is everything because I don't want to dig up nothing. I don't
Yeah,
do the
and
dig
because
up.
that's because
Yeah.
I told him, I said I stopped doing it because I hated digging that stuff out.
Yeah.
I was like, I did one busk and I was like, nope, this is not for me.
I will
You
need
know,
them.
because you do it in school, you have to do one when you get up to a certain level. And once I did the one, I was done. I was like, that was a one and done for me.
I'm just watching Karen's face the whole time this presentation is running.
I'm so sorry.
You're fine, Karen. I told you.
No, I'm not. I'm not judging the work. I'm just,
I know.
excited. Like, okay, so what's about to happen?
Well, tomorrow, tune in tomorrow. It'll be better.
Oh, so are we getting ready to stop right now?
I'm gonna get another layer on.
We got about another 6 minutes of
I'm gonna get another layer on, and then I'm going to stop because there was just no way to do there's no way to work the face and all that in with it that hard. It's like because I'm going to go in and rework all the insides, make sure all the connections are in, because that's one of the things I talk about is making sure that your stuff is connected, because that's the last thing you want is to get somewhere and you done fired and that bad fella come on.
Karen, your face is almost magical.
I'm so sorry.
She's got what is going on here face.
So how is it being positioned? Is it leaning forward or is it going to be straight up and down?
Yeah, it's going to be it's going to lean a little bit, but not a lot. So I'm going to trim off anything that I don't want. I'm going to trim it because it's thick enough for me to trim without it being too thin. Because you can see how thick the pieces are.
Yeah.
And so he trims. He does it real thick, and then he trims as he works.
Okay, gotcha.
So I'll be trimming. So I did a little inside trimming, and then I'll trim from the outside. So it won't be that thick, but it's So. And I'll do the same thing. And that's what I love about it. But I forgot to bring my other smoother down. That's what I'm like. I was, the long one that gets all the way inside. I forgot to bring that down.
I'm loving Karen's eyebrow position. He's like, what the?
My mother says, Karen, you talk with your eyes, straighten your face.
She do. And see, and for me, I
also don't understand why she'll do a time lapse and talk, knowing that it's not going to have any sound whatsoever.
Because it wasn't a time lapse. I made it a time lapse.
It is now.
I know it's
going out to the world as a time lapse.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. I did it.
Oh, look, you got a message.
What? Okay.
It's from Chooks.
What did he say?
Chooks.
Where? No, I don't see it.
I'm just kidding.
I'm like, what? Poncho, I can see all the messages right here.
That's funny.
I'm like, I don't see a message from Chooks. I'm gonna tell him. I'm just like, watch the one from and tell me all the stuff I did wrong.
Well, I'm pretty sure that Karen Clark can tell you all the things you did wrong right now. She can tell you. You only had to call Chooks. She can tell you in 3 notes what's wrong with that piece.
Hey, it's a starter.
But it's looking fantastic on the outside.
Yeah, trust me. I'm big on.
It looks like a sculpture I did last summer that looked wonderful from the outside.
Oh no, I get inside. I make sure that the inside is I'm big. I'm going to go back in tomorrow to make sure the inside is the way it's supposed to be. If there's one thing I learned as a potter is to make sure all of my connections are in place.
Yeah, I heard Kathleen talking about that the other day. All
Yeah.
her connections. Yeah.
It's like I make sure all my connections are in place. I don't, because that's the last. You don't want to work that hard and then all of a sudden stuff fall apart on you. Mm-mm.
Well, you're definitely having fun, dear.
Oh, I did. I had a lot of fun with that. And the other reason I'm going to go back and revisit it because of how hard the clay was.
My entertainment is purely coming from looking at Karen's face.
Hey, Karen is analyzing. So from there, Karen, because I'm going to stop there, I'm going to build the head around that. So that's just the first start
Well,
of
I can't
building
wait. I can't wait to see is that the end of it?
Yeah, because that's just the beginning of starting the head. So I'll build the head up from there. Continue the building the head.
Okay, so this is all we got right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And you're gonna record tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm gonna record some more. So I'll continue the head build up from there. And then since you see how thick it is on both sides, so I'll be able to take some of that out. I'll be able to take some of the thickness out. And when I get upstairs, see, now I'm talking. You can hear me.
And get started and get ready for reinforcement. So yeah.
Poncho just likes laughing at my videos, Karen. All my videos, Poncho gets a big kick out of.
I cannot wait to see both of your videos. I'm amused by your videos. And I'm sure I'm not by myself. You're the reason why some people are binge watching this show.
Hey, I like
Karen. Hey Karen,
I like posting fun videos.
Wasn't that a
It's
wonderful
fun. It is fun. It's fun.
I like posting fun videos. I can't be serious and I'm bored. I just can't. If I'm gonna post a video, and the funny part is I don't even have to
Karen,
try.
Did you see her singing yesterday?
Okay, I'm getting garble. So I'm gonna have to log out and log back in from Poncho's.
Are you?
Yeah.
Boom. Okay, Karen is like, what? No, she wasn't. Karen was totally into what I was doing. Karen was totally into it. I don't understand you people. Karen was totally into it. She was like, yeah, look at what Louise is doing.
Well, I got a video that we haven't seen from Frankie. But it's
really
of one of his older pieces.
There's Karen.
Yeah, I'm back. So okay, so on that, I'm just curious because I'm processing.
Right.
So all you have is what you have on that video right now. Is that right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
And so with the clay that you're using, it's not even blocks. It's just slicing off chunks and then
right. And I just I'm slicing off chunks and laying them out. Now, Chu probably is a little more even than mine. Mm-hmm. Me, I just slice them and throw them down.
Okay.
And smack them. Okay. Bang on them a little bit, and boom. Hey, I'm having, this is my having some fun, trying out my chutes.
Well, we got a confirmation. Here you go.
I really enjoy it.
Oh yeah, I saw your guitar playing. I did. Girl, you were like this. You're a folk artist.
I know. That's what if you look me up on Spotify and all those, you'll see I put it under folk art. Folk. Yeah, I'm a folk singer. I love folk singing. I go out in the park and sing to the homeless people. I take my boys and they're like, why do we have to go? I said, because you're musicians, so come on, play with mama.
They said, why do we have to go? Oh,
See, because they
Lord.
like when I take them on the, like during festivals, because then they make a lot of money. But I take them over. See, because I don't put out, like when I go out, I don't put out anything. I don't go for money. They go for money. They go make a lot of money and then they go. I remember one time they bought it. They made so much money in a day. They bought an iPad. Because kids can make money.
I call it the puppy factor.
That's right. That's right. And
I told my son, the day you turn 21, the puppy factor will be over.
Done. It's gone. And that's what I told him. And I told him, like, with the glass, I said, you still got some value in the glass making. I said, so you guys still can make money doing your glass making because you're black boys from, it's like, oh, look at those little black kids blowing glass.
I cannot with you.
Well, I'm going to take y'all back down memory lane. This is the exit interviews from artists from Creative Quarantine 2007 featuring Charles Bibbs.
Cool, thanks.
Okay, Mr. Charles Bibbs, this is our second quarantine. As co-founder of this event, just wanted to get a little bit of feedback on how you think this project went. This is our wrap up. We did our 3 weeks worth of work, and we just finished doing our exhibition. And I just wanted to get some of your thoughts on the project this year.
Okay. As far as I'm concerned, it was okay. It was okay for me as an artist, but I was handicapped in a sense, more or less playing as the host rather than one of the artists. So I think in the future, that is something that we'll have to address and make sure that all the artists are free to create without any personal entanglements or any personal obligations that are basically there by way of being too close to home. So, you can't, if you got those responsibilities that normally happens when you're at home, it's easier to detach yourself from those if you're 3,000 miles away. So,
well, you had a lot of responsibilities this past 3 weeks with all the other exhibitions and other projects that we're trying to get closed off in the beginning of the year. So how did this program fit into starting off new year as far as gallery system 6 is concerned?
Well, I think it did good for the galleries. For the gallery's sake, it did very well. I think the community interest in the quarantine was evident by the way they responded at the reception. And we did get some visitors during the quarantine, which was another gallery element. I think it'll probably be better not to use a gallery to hold the quarantine, because then you're mixing the responsibility of the gallery to be a gallery when you close it down for something like a workshop. So I think that wasn't a good decision on my part. So, but it's a learning process. So we'll do something a little differently next time. But I think the key to it is that you find artists, and as the word quarantine means to separate oneself from any normal situation, and you have to be in an isolated situation in order to take advantage of the principles of the quarantine. So that's something that we need to work on.
We invited 2 other artists this year. One abstract artist, one abstract figurative artist. Can you give me some reflections on having worked with both of them on this year's quarantine?
Yeah, one thing is good about the quarantine is that as artists, when we relate to each other, we only see the end results or the end product of what an artist produced. The quarantine allows you to witness the actual process that's being performed by these different artists. And I guess at witnessing that process, you learn a lot. And it's not like being in school where one artist is trying to teach you something, but I think it's the observing these artists in their different capacities as artists and their techniques and stuff. Then you learn so much from that. And then a lot of that stuff you started experimenting. And I think in the experimental phase of the quarantine, that's when you pick up different techniques from different artists. And you also pick it up by just getting into a dialogue. Dialogue is very important in quarantine, you know. And I think that I have to put that on the top of the list of benefits with the quarantine. If you get into that dialogue, you can talk about different techniques. You can ask questions of, you know, why artists are performing their techniques in certain ways. So you pick up, and during that process, you learn.
What would you say were some of the things you may have come up with in this quarantine that wasn't in the last quarantine?
I think once again, I think it was forcing oneself to experiment, forcing oneself to break away from their normal concept of doing things and trying different techniques, and then once again getting into that dialogue. You know, getting you may have one observation and one conclusion, but then you can get in a dialogue with your partner or the other artist and get their opinion on your experimentation. I think that's good too.
If you had to sum up a couple of things that you think will move this project forward after having done it with 4 artists this year, what would a couple of those things be?
I think that the most important thing is knowing each other, getting the opportunity to spend time with your fellow artists and getting them to know. And we know a lot of artists, but we don't really know them. We know them by name, we know them by their works, but we haven't got a chance to talk to each other on an extended period. And I think after the quarantine, you're closer together. You know, when you say, well, yeah, I know Charles Bibbs, now you'll be able to say, I really know Charles Bibbs because I spent 3 weeks with him in a quarantine environment, and we had a chance to really go beyond just acquaintances. So I think that is key. So later on, when people are reading about the relationships of artists, okay, I think I will be able to articulate on a Larry Poncho Brown from a point of really knowing who Larry Poncho Brown is. See, and I think that's what the quarantine gives us an advantage for artists that are participating in quarantine, more so than just you happen to meet up with an artist, shake hands, haven't seen you in a year, that type of thing. Now it means more. Now when we greet each other again and we embrace and we shake hands, it's different. It's because there's a closer relationship because of the quarantine.
What if you had to give me the title of one piece you did this year that gave you a good feeling? What had it been? What was the one piece you did this year, or two pieces you did this year, this year's quarantine?
It would have to be those pieces I did with splashing paint on the paper. I think that whole looseness and a way of getting a creative blast rather than a tedious, long process. Now you get a creative jolt.
Well, tell me a little bit about that. Just explain a little bit about that technique. I know you use some non-traditional materials and you use some tools that really aren't part of this culture. So maybe
well, we have those Chinese paint brushes where we just dip the brush in a bottle of ink and just splashed it onto the paper. You know, and then we blacked out different parts of it, and I think that I don't know. It gave you an idea that creativity doesn't have to be laborious. It can be spontaneous. You know, it can be just a flash of creativity. It doesn't have to be a long, drawn out process. And there was the old saying that you know, I think Picasso said it, that if an artist can start something and stop it, and once he stops, regardless of whether he's finished or not, because he stopped the piece of artwork, it's finished. So any period in the process, the creative process that you stop, it's finished. It doesn't have to be the traditional ideal and concept of being finished. So I think I've got a good idea of what he meant when he said that.
If you had to give me one sentence of what you learned from each artist, what would it be?
I think what I learned from each artist is that I think
specifically with Deborah Shedrick and with Winwood Fern and myself, what would you say were things that stood out this year?
I think there was one thing that stood out, and that is that we're not different. You know, I think in a great sense, we're basically the same.
That's a powerful statement. Yeah. Do you think it was what did you expect to happen from this year's quarantine that didn't happen?
Well, I think the only thing that I expected to happen, I guess it would only relate to me. I think the things that was supposed to come out of the quarantine did come out. The quarantine was only two to three artists before. Now we're talking about 4 artists. I think in the future, more artists are going to even have bigger results. But I think everything that I expected to come out of the quarantine did happen. It did happen, and I think it's all about relationships. I think it was all about, not so much about the artwork. It was about 4 artists who've come together who before may have only had a relationship in passing. Now we leave with 3 weeks of continued, constant, relationships. And I think we built a stronger bond between these 4 artists. And I foresee in the future that you're going to be able to look at maybe 100 artists and they'll all have a really close bond. And I think because of that close bond, I think we'll be able to do a lot of things together. Whereas before, there's always been an element of, not sure about each other or distrust and the dissemination of information and stuff like that. I think the quarantine is going to help break down those walls of distrust or break down those walls of unfamiliarity among artists. And I think that's important. That's more important than sharing artistic goals and techniques and stuff like that.
Along the way, we've come up with a couple of different ideas and some things we would like to incorporate into this project, including a book and some other things. So maybe give me a couple of highlights of what you see as being the future of this event.
Oh yeah, the future of this event, when we establish a more documented presentation on what we expect and what we want to gain from this program, I think you're looking at the possibility of getting grants. We're looking at the possibility of sponsorships. We're looking at possibilities of a film presentations, full color catalogs, books on the experience of these different artists who are participating in the quarantine. So I think it's going to evolve into a more of a cohesive organization. I think, who knows, it could even evolve into a more an elite club of artists or membership of artists where, you know, every year there is a camp or something that's a quarantine where everybody's look forward to coming every year and spending 3 weeks together. So it'll be like a convention of sort, okay? And I think, and it's gonna be something like where artists can have their own conventions and look forward to every year like other organizations. See, that's something that is missing among professional artists. We don't have a national or international convention. This quarantine could be something that emulates that to a certain extent, but it'll be different because it's all based on creativity. It's all based on dialogue, and also based on building friendships among artists.
Right now, you have a major exhibition going on of African American art at the Metropolitan Museum in Riverside.
Mm-hmm.
Give us a little bit of feedback on how that project is working. And
it's the resurgence of Black artists on tour, and it's my dream and continued ambition and aspirations to put African American artists on a level where they should be, and to have a representation of traditional African American art tour the United States. And I'm talking about not a whole lot of artists who have deceased and going forward, but contemporary working artists today, to have an exhibition that travels to major museums. And I'm not talking about local galleries, I'm talking about major museums. This is something that I feel strongly about, and we're going to investigate better ways to make that happen.
This exhibition at the Metropolitan is a landmark exhibition.
Yes.
Is this not the first time they've done an African American exhibition?
This is the first time they've ever done at a Metropolitan Museum in Riverside. Hopefully this is the benchmark or the first stepping stone in a series of exhibitions. What I envision is artists, contemporary African American artists, loaning art to artists on tour, so that we would have current works by contemporary artists on tour at any given time. And I think what it's also going to do for these artists is going to build up their resumes. It's one thing to have exhibitions in local galleries. It's another thing to have a major exhibition in a major museum. And this is something that is far in between for African American artists. And one way to gain that experience and to gain that opportunity would be to do it collectively. So that's what Black Artists on Tour is all about, is a way of bringing all our resources together and collectively being able to put shows on at a higher level. And that is the objective. And I think we're we're accomplishing our objective to a certain extent.
All right, Ms. Cedric, we're at the end of this project. 3 weeks, and we just had our exhibition yesterday, and I want to try to get some overview from you of how you feel about the project. You're an invited artist this year, based on the merits that you've put into the business, your work ethic. You also invited because you were a figurative / abstract artist. And I just want to get some feedback on how you felt about the project. So tell me what you think are some of your concerns you had coming to the quarantine this year.
My biggest concern was probably working that close with other artists for that long period of time. Because basically I am alone in my own little world creating what I create. So that was my biggest concern, was I kind of tend to have to be in my own space, and I had to live and work with other artists for 3 weeks. I was excited about it, but I was also apprehensive. But now that it's over, I had a lot of fun. We got to know each other better. I think it helped our business, and we grew, our personal relationships grew. I saw Gwen at shows, we shared booths, but I think we are closer friends. I've known Charles Bibbs for a long time. I knew Charles Bibbs before he was quote Charles Bibbs. I hadn't spent a lot of time with him though, and I got to see the human side of Charles. He's a very funny, whistling kind of guy. And as far as Pancho, we've known each other for a long time. We've been close for a long time, and I think this made us even closer.
If you had any creative apprehensions, what do you think they were coming into the quarantine?
Any creative apprehensions? Not being able to create. I have not ever been the type of artist to create in front of other people. Only in the last year or so, I have been able to probably finish a painting in the presence of other people, but basically that was something that was just mine, to be able to create in an environment where I didn't need anybody else. I don't need anybody else to create, and I think that was my biggest concern, not being able to create.
The body of work you created, that probably consisted of around 50 pieces. Were you happy with the work that was produced here, or was there some things that didn't turn out the way you wanted them to? I mean, what was your overview of the work that was created in this last 3-week period?
Well, before I got here, I had an idea of what I wanted to do. I had an idea of pieces that I wanted to work on. That didn't happen because I had a commission that I was working on, a project I was working on. So my focus was on that project. And so I had to tie in the quarantine with my commission. And that was really heavy on my mind. But I did it. And I'm happy with the work because I had to come out of my box and create something that was specific. I had to do specific colors. I had to do images that related to something that was not what I would normally do on a phone basis. I would have liked to have had more fun with this project, but I had something else on my mind that I had to do. But other than that, I think everything turned out great.
At the reception, we had a couple hundred people show up. You sold quite a few of your pieces. You saw some family. I know you had ties here to California. So, how was it to be quarantined in California without actually being able to?
That was kind of hard because I know a lot of people here have a lot of family. I was not able to go out and have a good time like I would usually do. I had to focus on my work. There's a lot of people that I didn't call. I am so sorry. But I plan on coming back to make it a fun trip. It was a bittersweet trip because this was home for me for a long time, and it brought back a lot of memories, and it brought back some things that I thought that I had pushed in the back of my mind. This was really an eye-opening experience for me. I grew a lot. I realized that I have totally become a different person than when I left here. So.
You work with Winriffer, probably the closest because your two workstations were close together. Explain to me some of the things that you experienced working with her and the type of work she does versus the way you work.
Okay, I saw a lot of myself in Gwen, the way she works. She stuck to her schedule. She was disciplined. She worked hard, and I work hard. And when I looked at her work, I was like, well, I'm not on the wrong track, or there is somebody out there like me that works crazy hours and works all the time. So I enjoyed working by her. I had a different perspective on my work by working next to her. I found myself really looking more, what should I say? I found myself really looking at my work more and searching for images. I could see her, she would just stand back and look at her piece for a long time. And I could see that piece speaking to her. And she would draw out the images were there, she had to find them. So I found myself doing that more in my work.
Well, your other counterpart, your other partner was to your left, was Charles. So what were some of the things that you think rubbed off of you from watching Charles work?
Charles has such confidence in his work and how he executes his work. He paints happy. He's whistling and joking, and he brought out the lighter side of everything when he was present.
And if you had to ask yourself, if you want to explain this project to other artists that were reluctant to participate, what would be some of the things you would tell them that they would gain by participating?
I would say if you want to grow, if you want your business to grow, you need to coexist with other artists, and that just doesn't mean coexisting when we're at a show together and saying hi and bye. We need to share our ideas. We need to know each other's ups and downs. We need to know what pitfalls we've gone through. And I think working together this weekend, we shared all that. I think everyone should experience this at least once. No one's ever done this before, and I'm glad that I experienced it, and I would do it again.
If you had to pick one negative thing that happened to you during this experience, what would it be?
Well, I fell down the steps. Really, I don't have any negatives because I try to learn something from everything that happens to me. and I don't try to look at not life negatively because that would only bring me down, and I like to stay happy. So I'm not going to say there was really anything negative about this experience.
And I mean, whether it be schedule, whether it be trying to balance schedule, whether it be pressure to produce, I mean, not negatively spirited, but was there a particular challenge that you had in this environment? I mean, here you are, you're living with artists, you're working with artists, you got different sleep schedules, different work schedules, different attitudes, different mood shifts. So what was your biggest challenge?
My biggest challenge then was probably being focused. I think I was focused, but I wanted to be out in the streets too. And I probably wanted to socialize a little bit more. And I know what I was here for. And I had to keep that in the forefront of my mind that I need to produce a certain amount of pieces in a certain amount of time. And that's what probably was the hardest part.
What would you say was the most positive outcome of being in this kind of environment? Not that you're in this environment often.
I think.
I mean, what could you say you left with here as something that you could use to further your career as another level?
I think my perspective on my work and my perspective on the way that I do things has changed. I don't think that we're all going to go out and just change the way we do things, but seeing the way other artists work has to give you a different perspective. I think you raised a lot of questions about things that you do that you wouldn't have raised if you weren't in this environment. It just opened up a whole new world as far as seeing people in the same industry. We're basically doing the same things, but we are doing differently. And seeing each artist doing things different from you has to make you have a totally different perspective on what you do and how you do it.
How did living downtown LA affect your expectations with this project?
I like the hustle and bustle of the city. I would try to take a walk and look at new things. I'm a people watcher. I enjoy watching people. I enjoy looking at the structure of the city. I enjoy trying to find my found objects on the sidewalks and in the streets. I would probably like to be in a downtown environment.
As we approach our third quarantine, and the prospect of inviting 2 other artists and possibly doing another city, what would be some of your expectations if we did continue this project?
I think I would expect, let me think about that. Some of my expectations. Basically.
Yeah, you've been here for 3 weeks. Okay. You had to prepare another week or so to come here. You had to clean off your schedule. You had to make sure your expenses and everything were met while you were gone. You had to so you came here with expectations. Some of those got dispelled. You've gone through this process. We did the exhibition, and now you say, okay, if I was to go forward with this project, what would be some of the things I would like to draw from? Because I know you didn't have a chance to maybe filter through a lot of this right now.
Everything was an element of surprise for me because I didn't know what to expect. But now I know what to expect. I think I would expect for us I would push myself to do more work, I think.
You seem discouraged with the amount of work that you produce here.
I'm always discouraged with the amount of work that I do.
Is there any particular reason that you were discouraged with that number based on what the other artists were producing?
Well, I know me and I know what I can produce. I won't have to question my ability to create with other artists. I've jumped over that hurdle. But I think my expectations would be for, you know, I don't even know if I could answer that question right now, because I really think things turned out okay. To look at footage of how the room looked when we were working, and to see the work hung on the wall, and to see the customers come in and to see us sell, it was all worth it. I think everybody had a good time. I think everybody learned something. I think let me see how to put this. I think my expectation of running my business is great. I've learned a lot from this experience.
Here we are at the end of the Creative Quarantine 2007, our second actual Creative Quarantine. We had a wonderful experience this year. Last year it was me and Charles Bibbs, and this year we decided to invite two other artists, Deborah Shedrick and Gwen Redfern. Redfern is a abstract artist. She uses oils, mediums oil on canvas. And Deborah Shedrick, who is a partial abstractionist and figurative artist who uses acrylic. And I think what happened this year was tremendous with two additional perspectives in the project. I think that it forced us to think outside of the box a little with our approach to doing our personal work. Me and Charles Bibbs are both very figurative in our approach to doing our imagery. But they come from a different perspective. And so that had an effect on both of us as we tended to do some different work this year. So I think this year's quarantine had many dimensions that the first one didn't. One is that we were downtown LA. It was a very congested, busy area. It was a quarantine in the true sense of the word, in that we spent most of our time in the actual gallery, which was converted over into a workspace for the four of us. But we all stayed on task. We stayed in the studio, and there was pretty much somebody working around the clock for 3 weeks. Gwen Redfern tended to keep her home schedule. She usually wakes at 5:30 at home in Raleigh, North Carolina, and she was getting up 2:30 in the morning. Myself and Deborah Shedrick are on two different schedules. I usually wake up around 9, and I work through till about 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning. Deborah Shedrick takes naps throughout the day. Charles Bibbs has been running back and forth between Riverside and here. So there was someone in the studio practically around the clock. And to see that kind of work ethic being exercised has to affect you at some point. And I'm sure that showed up in the work. We were able to create over 120 pieces, which, barring the circumstances, is a tremendous number, especially when you see the content of the work. Again, this whole project was put together to be an experimental situation where artists gather to share information, and number one is share creative energy. And the byproduct of that is that we end up discussing a lot of business ideology towards the business. The one thing we all have in common is that we're all full-time artists and have been full-time artists for at least 10 years in Gwen Redfern's case, and 20 years in the case of myself and Charles. And the same with Deborah Shedrick. She's been doing it for at least 20 years. So that wealth of information, you can't get anywhere. You can't get a booklet on that. Artists are known for being individuals. So getting an opportunity, number one, to work together, which is not something that we do often, to fellowship and to talk about the business It's something we rarely do. We may meet on the road, we might see each other at shows, but the majority of the time it's just alone. We have that kinship on the road to sit down, talk about things that are working, things that are not working, the problems that we had that are in common, trying to balance this existence is a magical thing. And adding 2 more artists was a wonderful experience. Our vision for this project is to eventually have 10 artists, 20 artists that meet and do this on an annual basis. And we're also thinking about this project traveling to different states. A lot of ideas were thrown on the table with this particular quarantine. We had representation from Baltimore, Maryland, myself, Raleigh, North Carolina, Brooklyn, New York, and Moreno Valley, California. So with all of us traveling the country pretty much to do our business, there were a lot of nice ideas that were thrown on the table. We're attempting to add 2 more artists next year, so we're going to begin the selection process for that. We also think we may have a location for next year, which is great. We'll be working towards that. Along the way, we've discussed the possibilities of doing a catalog to document the pieces that have been created during the quarantine. I even have thought about even doing a reality TV show that's based on the same subject matter. Because I think most people are curious about the mindset of creative people. But we'll see. The momentum of this project is great. This has been our 2nd year. And we're really looking forward to what's going to happen next. What I learned from Charles Bibbs in this quarantine is his confidence with his work is tremendous. I mean, there isn't an ego, there isn't an arrogance. I guess some people probably would view it as that, but being a creative person myself, he just has a sense of his purpose when he's working. So, and I can't say the other artists don't have a sense of purpose, but there's a certain lightheartedness and a definite confidence with his approach to doing just about everything. We watched him do very intricate stuff with his world-renowned cross hatching. And there were times when he would just take a big Japanese brush out and hit a big piece of 28 by 40 paper with G-Clay toner ink, of all things. When the colors overlap, they mixed, and it was nice to see him have fun with those. Working with him is an amazing energy exchange for a creative person, because his mind is always thinking. He is not just a right-brained artist, he's a right and a left-brained artist. Artists that are right and left-brained are wonderful people because they come from a lot of different perspectives. And he's the kind of person, if he comes up with an idea, it's going to be implemented. He's the co-founder of this project, and was not able to put in as much time as some of the other of us, but he's sponsored this whole project. Where Redfern is from a completely different side of the track. Most of us do figurative work. She does totally abstract. Most of us do acrylic work, and she uses oil, which is a very slow process. So watching her come in, set up with us, and pretty much defy her medium was pretty incredible to watch. I watched her also ship her work in, and it was very organized. It was already pre-framed, and so she was able to keep up with a faster drying medium without losing integrity with her work. She's very disciplined, and I can't say everybody here is on task with discipline. You can't create the body of work we created and not be disciplined. It's so funny the misconceptions that people have about us being here in California, in LA. Most of us had a discussion that most folks think that we're here on vacation, and we're out on vacation. We've been working very, very long hours, very sustained hours for 3 weeks. And I tell everybody to kind of imagine if you have a hobby, and that hobby, someone comes up and say, hey, okay, you can do your hobby for 3 weeks. No phone interruptions, no family interruptions. We're going to isolate you in an area where you can do that hobby, and you're going to go, wow, that's pretty great. And then add to that, well, with that hobby, we're going to provide 3 more people that have the exact same interest as you, that love this hobby as much as you do, and we're going to put you all in one spot for 3 weeks to create whatever you feel like creating. That's basically the premise of what happened with this project. The difference is by us being full-time professional artists that there's a certain seriousness and there's a line of discipline with it that doesn't happen with a hobby. Okay, we all live, breathe this work. This is what we do, and we have realized that was our contribution from the creators, is what we were meant to do. And so, from a simplistic standpoint, that's what we did. But to be in a room with other folks that are doing that, it really makes you motivated. Most artists have to be self-motivators, and they're very isolated. Start hearing themes from each one of us where we spend a lot of time alone, we create alone. We're all of us have been black sheep our whole life with the people around us, sometimes even with our family, in regard to our talent and how we approach what we do. Not to say that we're better or worse than anybody, but we have a different perspective and we kind of react to things differently. So when you're in a room with 3 other people that of like mind, certain things happen. Most artists spend most of their life justifying who they are to everybody because everybody's curious and they just want to know. But they don't really get a chance to really step into the mindset of another creative person. When you're in a room for a creative person, there's certain things we don't have to say to one another because we've been through it, we've been doubted, we've been every other positive and negative thing you can imagine happens. Another thing that typically happens is because a person is creative, people who are not creative will look at us and go, hey, look, that's a God-given talent. You got something that I didn't get. And that can be hurtful to a degree because it just erases all the commitment most artists have to their craft. So we live and breathe this. We see this stuff all the time. Being in a room with another person that understands that you can strip yourself down and have fun, which is something I think a lot of us lose sight of doing this full time because there's so many different elements that we have to tend to keep our businesses rolling. The one thing we often do in these quarantines is we discuss some of the strategies we've used to keep our businesses afloat because our business is a very difficult business. It's a very dog-eat-dog aggressive business that it can be a difficult business to manage, especially if you got a lot of people who are promoting the business that really don't have the artist's best interest in hand. And so we've learned how to be more savvy with how we approach our business. And the good thing about being in a quarantine is we get a chance to really exchange a lot of information. What approaches we've tried, which things have failed, which things haven't failed, which people were leery, which people are positive, which people are doing cutting edge things. Most of us now are online. We were able with the quarantine to pretty much put work up on live as it was created on one of the websites. And hopefully next year we'll have a specific website for our creations so that people can see it online and maybe have some web streams so we can see the actual work being done. Our web response has been tremendous. Last year, Charles and I in our quarantine created 115 pieces, and then we were also joined by Symphony St. James last year. I would say that 98% of those pieces were sold, and I would say that 80% of them were sold online. So that's going to change immediately. We had about maybe 3 pieces from our portfolio this year that were purchased online as we were creating them. And during our exhibition, we may have sold 14 pieces, which is a great thing that we can expand on as we attempt to do this. One thing that we need to stay on track of is continuing to share information, continuing to work together, continuing to stay on the cutting edge of what's happening with our business. I think one of the things I was most impacted by during this quarantine is the work of Deborah Shedrick. Having watched her the last 15 years enter a stage in her life where she's gained momentum with her work, it was really nice to see her whole approach to doing her work. And I think we all were quite amazed with what she was able to produce and her work ethic. She is using a non-traditional media palette knife, which is it's loose, but to watch her mix all those colors and using this palette knife where you're scraping everything together to make an image, I think impacted on all of us. I think I did my first non-figurative abstract as a result of her and Gwen Whitfern. I think Shaw was influenced by their looseness with his very bold, colorful figures that he did this year. And I think we impacted on them as well with our composition and the way we work. But again, I was pretty blown away by each person's approach. And I think that really looking forward to adding 2 more artists to this equation to see what's going to happen. A lot of things happen in this quarantine that, that are bound to happen when you're in an environment. We actually lived here, worked here. I mean, it had all the elements of a TV show, of a reality show. It really did. And that's something that we're actually looking at. It's like, well, hey, if this is what happened with what we're doing, I mean, what would it be like if we put a situation together where we invite artists from different walks of life into the same quarantine environment and really let the world see how we think, how we live, some of the idiosyncrasies that we have. I think people will really be amazed and have more of an appreciation for how artists work, create, how their lives are lived. That's part of what we need to do, is to kind of share the information, and maybe it'll make more folks go out to galleries and appreciate the work when they see it, and the whole process, maybe support their children more if they're showing artistic talent, because we're at a time right now where we're in an environment where most art programs are being closed in schools. And we're running the risk of having a next generation of artistically barren children. Technology is alive and well, and it's a plus, and it's a big negative. If you take an art class and convert it to a computer lab, you're engaging one side of the brain, but one side is also being left kind of dormant. And so we take this pretty seriously. Most of us have a commitment to artist advocacy. Most of us speak at schools. Most of us work with children. Most of us engage the community. Most of us support nonprofit organizations. I mean, so we do a lot of stuff that most people have no concept that we do. They just pretty much look at the work and they say, hey, look, this is what they do. They do pretty pictures, and I want them. Things that we're doing to keep this thing going. We're in the education business in a world that sees art as the lowest common denominator. I mean, it is not bread, butter, or gas and electric. So when the economy is tight like it is now, we really the artists get to know right away what the economy is doing. But we also have been able to survive, artists in every aspect of our lives. A lot of us don't realize how much art is a part of our daily lives, because everything that we do, see, breathe has been designed, created by a creative person. And it goes to a lot of different hands before it gets to us. But the bottom line is we're in the backbone of our culture. When they talk about documenting our history, they use art, literature, writing. We're right in the core. And so we're really doing work that's designed with us in mind, and also documenting our mindset for this period that we're in. We're in the midst of a major art revolution right now. Not since the Harlem Renaissance has anyone really began to pay attention to what's happening in our realm. And so no one's coined a phrase for it yet, but I'm willing to bet you someone's going to coin a phrase for it soon. And I'm hoping that the efforts that we put together to continue to unify artists will possibly help contribute to what the title of that next revolution is going to be. Okay, we were down to our last wrap up of this exhibition, the Creative Quarantine 2007. You were an invited artist this year, and you were selected because of your work ethic, and you were also selected because of your medium, the fact that you're an abstract artist. Can you tell me briefly what you expected before you came to the quarantine?
What I expected was to pretty much see how much work you can get done in a 3-week period, to actually spend time with other artists and work with them in a closed environment.
What would you say was one of your major concerns, if there was a negative concern coming into the quarantine?
Would I be influenced by the other artists' instance of their style of painting? That was my major concern.
What would you say was maybe a couple of points of things that you learned from being here in the quarantine? Things that you think that would enhance your business or you as an artist. Not that 3 weeks would change your whole outlook, but if you had to pick one or two things that you would say you would take with you from the quarantine, what would it be?
There's certain techniques that the artists use that I don't use, that I could apply to some of my pieces. And pretty much that's pretty much what I got from it. Just like I said, for Deborah Cedric, watching her use the palette knife, watching her how she mixes her paint and how she applies all the different colors onto her canvas. Watching Charles Bibbs, how he starts a piece and how he works into it and then finishes it off with all the fine detail that he does. And then watching Larry Poncho Brown use his special gift in his graphic illustrations and how he applies his certain techniques and puts it to the canvas or to the paper. And these are things that I don't do. And I might have seen before, but never really paid that much attention to it until this past 3 weeks. And just gave me some more ideas as to, like I said, how to apply to my work, how I can work it in. And that's a good thing.
You probably worked I would say the most strenuous hours, in that you were trying to stick to your East Coast schedule, which means you were getting up at 2:30. Did that impact you in the way you were working? Did it help you keep pace with how you normally work at home? Or do you feel like it threw you out of balance a little bit trying to work that kind of a schedule?
It did throw me out of balance. A lot of getting up in the morning, that's basically my schedule when I'm at home. And actually my schedule at home is even a little bit more different than that. If I'm seriously working, I have I break it in 3 work periods. So I work for 4 hours, take a break, work for another 4 hours, take a break, work for another 4 hours. At this time, I got up at 2:30 and I will work to probably about 10 or so, 10 or 11 or 12, and take a break, and then come back down. It gave me a period where I was able to focus a little bit without everybody being around. Just get my thoughts together as to, okay, what am I doing? Let me look at my piece and give myself some direction. And then it allowed me to, when you guys, the others in the group came down, like I said, I could spend that time, I could still work on my piece, but I know what I was doing at that point. And be able to watch the rest of you guys work. And I think that was an advantage that I truly enjoyed.
What would you say was a distraction being here in this kind of environment? I mean, most of the time we were working around the clock, and so there really wasn't a lot of room for entertainment or other things. But what would you say was the one thing that distracted you the most with the way that you worked? Even if it's personal stuff, because we were living in closed quarters. We were pretty much with each other most of the day. and all kind of things that happen within that kind of a period. So if this tape was going to other prospective artists to participate, what would you say was one of the distractions you had to cope with over this 3-week period?
Well, I think it was, when I really look at it, it was a small distraction. It wasn't, and it's up to the individual where they if they blow it out from their perspective. It's to me, it was pretty much dealing with everybody else's personality. You see these artists at the shows, and you say hi, you go out to eat, stuff like that. You really don't know them until you actually been with them 24 hours a day, living in a closed environment like this. I mean, because they have their ups and downs, they have the little things that might tick you off, and I have little things that might tick them off. But you don't notice it until you're living with them. And then like I said, I had to put into perspective. I have to understand that person, where they're coming from, and not let it, blow me out of the water, or get really upset about anything. Sure, I got a little upset, but I had to get over it and go on. And that's, to me, is how you learn. And to me, it's important that you learn how to deal with other individuals in this world. If anything, that was probably one of the biggest lessons that I got out of this quarantine. It's just being around people in an environment where you can't leave.
Did you find that? Did you find the level of professionalism that each artist has as plus, a negative, or a mute point being here to quarantine? Because everybody comes from different sides of the track, but we're all basically full-time artists trying to survive doing art. But did you see that being a plus? Did you see that as being a mute point that wasn't discussed the way you thought it would be? Or did you find that you got quite a few things that you could take with you after this 3-week period that you would have not normally have gotten if we were on the road doing shows?
I found it as a plus. And there's a lot of things that I can take and use when I leave here. Everybody came to the table with different perspectives. They come, like I said, 4 different areas. And each one of the artists had something very valuable to offer. And like I said, it was information that I never would have received if I wasn't here in the quarantine.
You probably had the most difficult medium here. Everybody else was acrylic artists, which use acrylic medium, which dries pretty quick. And did you find that to be a hindrance with the flow of things, or how did it feel to be the odd man out in that respect with using oil versus acrylic? Not to say that one is better than the other, but I know your medium is much more fragile and it takes a longer time to dry. Did you find that tripped you up with your planning?
For sure. I came here with a goal maybe to do about 50 pieces. However, with the oil, it just took a little bit longer. The way I paint, it took a little longer for the oil to set so where I can go back into my piece of work. It threw me off a little bit the first week because I was looking at the other artists and see how quickly the pieces they were doing more work than I was, and and I was like, oh, I'm moving at a slow pace.
Did you find that to be an issue? Were you challenged with the fact that folks were working at different paces, or did it take you a while to settle into your own pace?
No, I did at first. I found it to be a bit of a distraction. It threw me off, but I talked with some of the people that work closely with my best friend and a young lady that works with me doing the shows, and they were just told me to do what you do best. Don't worry about everybody else.
Exactly.
And once I did that, I felt pretty good.
When we were selecting artists, we chose artists based on a couple of different factors. We were pretty amazed at how organized you were coming into the show. You probably were better organized than all of the artists in the regard of having your pieces already framed, You took time to prep all of your pieces before you left, and you probably had the most efficient shipping. So, were you able to see that come into play as a positive, or were you too caught up in the momentum of things to notice that you were probably more organized than most of the other artists that came to this event?
I didn't notice. It didn't put into play. My thinking wasn't that I was more organized. I didn't think about it that way. It took me a while as I've been a professional artist. I learned to, okay, I got to write things down. What do I need to do before I get here? What's next? And so I wrote lists of things that I need to do. In that aspect, when I do that, I usually am organized when I, put everything together and wherever I'm headed, I've got everything in order. I wasn't planning to buy any frames when I got here. We have a frame shop. The way I normally work it is my mom cuts my frames or everything, makes my frames for my canvases, regardless of whether the picture's finished or not. Working with rolls, usually I'll sell a piece I just finished painting and it's walking out the door. So the frame protects the piece from being smudged because when I wrap it, the plastic is actually laying on the frame and not the picture. So I'm not really worried about the oil being disturbed while it's being transported to wherever it's going. The canvases had to be prepped. If they weren't, then it would have taken a lot longer for me to finish the pieces. So I prepped the background of some of the pieces, just at least the first layer to get it going. So when I got here, I can work on it. And I normally work on 7 pieces at one time. That way, if I've got 5 pieces going, 2 of them can be sitting and the oil can be setting up while I'm working on the others. And I'll work those period of time and then I can switch out and work on some more. But the packing, I just want to make sure everything got here in good shape. It took me a while to pack it, but now I know what I'm doing because I really never packed for shipping before, not at the extent that I did it this year. So I want to make sure everything got here safely.
What would you say was the one thing you can leave here with after the last 3 weeks in your body of work that was a twist, a different direction, or something you'll probably look more into after you leave here from the body of work that you created? So I think you created roughly 28 or 29 pieces.
Yes.
In 3 weeks, which is an amazing number. Have you ever created that number of pieces in that amount of time before?
No, not in 3 weeks.
And my next question, do you feel that those pieces would be put in a different quality category than the rest of your works if you were exhibiting them in a booth just because of the nature of this project?
Well, the first 4 pieces that I did while I was here falls pretty much in line with what I normally do. It had figures in it that you can see. It might take you a minute, but you can catch some of the figures. At that point, I realized that my focus when I came into it was to leave the figures out. So every piece after that pretty much were no figures. Mm-hmm. That challenged me to go beyond, knowing that if I put a figure in it, I'm safe. I had to challenge myself to create it. I'm an abstract painter, so to work on shapes, forms, and colors, not dealing with a figure. And I was pretty much satisfied with what I did. I was happy with my progress. When I take the pieces to my next show, I believe people will be happy with what I'm doing. They will see a new twist, a new direction. It's still abstract. They still know that it's my work, but it's just going to be a little bit more, I think, more refreshing in a different direction, and I believe people will like that.
So we understand that you're now getting ready to embark on opening a gallery in your area down in Raleigh. And we're right now considering the possibility of doing a quarantine at your gallery location. How do you feel about the prospect of doing that? And what do you think, what would you think you would expect as an outcome if we decide to go that route?
Well, actually, I'm looking at, I think it's going to be exciting to have the group of artists to come down to North Carolina. I hope that do come to a decision to have it there. I think it'd be good for Raleigh, North Carolina, people in Raleigh, North Carolina. I would like to start promoting that and letting people know that we got a group of fine artists who are known all over the United States, and you need to come check them out. We don't have anything like that in Raleigh, North Carolina. We've never had a group of artists of our culture come down and are of great standing and come down and spend time around North Carolina, share what they're capable of doing with the people of North Carolina. And I think it'll be a great experience. I think North Carolina, Raleigh, North Carolina has a great setting for artists. I mean, we have a lot of artists in Raleigh. Right downtown, there's plenty of shops. There's something about North Carolina. It's a peace of mind. It's very peaceful. It's an area where you really feel like creating. I think it'll do the artists good that come, and I think we'll all have a great time.
If you were going to promote this project with other artists, what are some of the things you would tell them would be a byproduct of participating?
Like you said, camaraderie, being together with other artists, giving a feedback, interaction of what you're doing, what they're doing. The fact that you're not disturbed by the outside world in a sense that, if you're home, if you're married, the wife called, the kids are like, Dad, I gotta do this. You have to stop what you're doing and go see to it. Well, when you're away from home, they can't call and say, Dad, or Mom. You're like, well, someone else is going to handle it, because I'm not going to fly back home. It's like you're there, and you have 3 weeks, 4 weeks to devote totally to what you love doing. And to me, when I first got here, I was like, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. But the last 2 days of the quarantine, I was like, man, I wish I had a few more days. It's an experience it can't convey until you actually do it. It's a great experience. The ups and the downs. You'll be like, daggone it, he pissed me off, she pissed me off, and then the next moment you're laughing. You're seeing people singing, dancing, whistling. It's you never see the artists like that. In the shows. I mean, we're cutting up everything. We're burping. I mean, snoring. Bro, I've never heard snoring like that before in my life. I mean, it was a really, really enjoying time for me. And I'm glad you invited me. I'm so glad I came, because I had my doubts, but I'm so glad I came. And I would love to do it again.
Well, there you have it, Louise. Thought it'd be nice to do
the last artist seems so familiar to me.
Yeah, Gwen Redfern's been out there for a while. I guess when the market started changing and the market dipped down in 2000, we just stopped seeing each other as much as we used to. But she was out there pretty strong for a long while.
Right, yeah, because I'm like, I've met her before.
She does. She also does pottery, some mad pottery.
Yeah, so.
Well, yeah. So we have really. I think a lot of people enjoy looking at that step back from memory lane and hear the exits of videos of those artists. I want to see if I can find more, because most of these are long gone.
I think I've seen some of that one. I remember when we first talked about.
Well, they're posted on the Creative Quarantine website, but I think
well, that one I've seen. That one I watched back then.
I think the drives crashed that contain all of those videos. So I gotta find ways to move those around. This one is still posted up on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, we had a long day today.
We did have a long day.
I had a lot of powerful information on today. I thank you for having that discussion with the ladies today.
Got some work done.
See if we can find some more topics tomorrow to chew on. And
Mr.
Bibbs is supposed to be coming in and helping out for a little bit tomorrow. So
who?
Charles Bibbs will be on tomorrow.
Oh, right. That'll be great.
Have him come in and have a little conversation with him on a couple of subjects. So we're going to get ready to sign off, everybody. If you guys got any questions, if you want to see the older shows, go to Creative Quarantine on Facebook or the Art for the Soul Gallery on Facebook, or you can go to my YouTube channel, Larry Poncho Brown. Please subscribe, and you can see all of the episodes there. They're even on a nice little playlist in case you want to binge watch. I got to count the hours.
All you have to do is go to.
I know where I need to go. I just need to count them, so we can give a count of how many hours.
All you have to do is go to, and you probably haven't downloaded any of these, have you?
No, I haven't. I just got to go to the page and look at the past events
and then you
count
all the hours from there.
I think I'll have that number tomorrow.
Okay, go count the hours, and you come back. That's your assignment tomorrow.
Is that my assignment?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I think I can handle that. All right, y'all. We're gonna get ready to sign off for the night. Until tomorrow, if you guys want to see more excitement, join us for another episode of the Creative Quarantine.
I was like,
Springfield.